Looking back and reflecting, Sasquatch and and it happened when I was about 35, 36 years old. I've been hunting since I was a child, and I know every animal is absolutely. I've been hunting all my life, and I can't identify all animals here. For a mental picture and some reference, you can look at the picture of a. I don't endorse that YouTube channel. I have a platform other than Reddit. Oh, sorry. Or have I told a platform other than Reddit? The following two encounters, which I experienced in 2 subsequent years.
He went to woke retardville to tell a Sasquatch story.
In the exact same location, and it is as follows. Encounter number 1. I was out solo hunting in the fall. I parked my truck at a gravel pit 1.5 to 2 kilometers to a nearby lake at approximately 2 to 3 p.m. On my way to the lake, I came across a very large pile of trees that was blocking the path. Looking back and reflecting, this should have been very clear something was amiss. But please remember, I did not believe in Sasquatch at this point in time. Wow, no way. By this time, I spotted a bull moose in the lake, and that's what I was focused on. I noticed the bull plants from the bottom of the lake. I can't recall the name of the plant that moose eat off the bottom of the lake, but I know it visually. And it's supposed to be super nutritious for them. Sorry.
Nope.
I was able to see the moose clearly as the game trail goes down from the pit to the lake below. Anyways, I sling my 30-06 semi-auto rifle over my shoulder and begin crawling over the fallen trees. The pile of green, fresh trees were very sappy and was piled about 10 high. I didn't go around because the sides were really thick underbrush, and I would have gotten tangled in it, so I climbed over it. At the apex,
if Tyler Robinson had a semi-auto, he could have just shot it a few more times and blown himself off that roof.
Next to the pile, I noticed a square hole about 1 to 1.5 feet wide. I thought, that's weird. And I went over to it down into the hole. Now I'm looking down and I see
He might have tagged the Mossad agent that immediately started grabbing Charlie's cameras. Who knows?
what the a bit closer, and then I clearly see a grayish
Freaking guy gets shot and his partners say, "Quick, steal his shit."
black face staring at me. There it is. It's lit up and stained teeth, much like a shark. What? I'm thinking that can't be real. There's no way this is real. I close my eyes a second and I give my head a shake and I look again. And this thing is still there, almost grinning. Well, that scared the absolute crap out of me. I stand up, unsling my rifle, and I throw it to the bottom of the pile. I take a few steps and jump down beside the rifle. Then I hear it. The tree pile begins to move. I picked up my gun, a gift from Archie for my birthday, and I run for my truck. And all the way up the hill, I hear this thing matching my steps, step for step. While this is happening, I hear many strange vocals and trees being snapped. And I was too scared to look back, and I kid you not, off in the distance behind me and this thing, I hear even more trees being broken. I finally get to my truck, hop in, and drive home pretty much on autopilot in record time. All the while watching my side and rear views. To be clear, I did not see its body. That didn't happen until encounter number 2 the following year. And man, oh man, let me tell you, the second time in that spot was even scarier. I went back the following do I see a sabe twice, especially in the same area. And as luck or fate would have it, yes, you guessed it, I saw it again face to face in broad daylight on a game trail. I have to put the second and better encounter down on a separate post as I've got to get to work. But the second time, I got a full of its head and body, so to be continued. Went back. Would go back there after that one. So here's the second encounter with what I believe to be a juvenile good boy Sasquatch.
You can't scare a Native American out of the woods.
Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Again, I'm First Nations man, 36, 37 years old at the time. I've hunted all my life since I was a child. I never handled guns when I was that young, mind you, but my family always took me out with them. I started going out.
I'm a 16th Cherokee. My dad said Chief Redlegs is my great-great-great-grandfather. Or, oh wait, you know what? That would make me a 32nd. Dang it, I wanted to be a 16th. Hold on. Oh. But then I Googled Chief Redlegs, and he's Lakota, Dakota. He's Dakota and I think he's Dakota and Lakota or something like that. Or sorry, Sioux Lakota. Yeah. See it? I grew up hanging out with Sioux and Seminole and Choctaw and Cherokee. I grew up drumming. Well, I wasn't doing drumming, but going to drums. One of the coolest things you can ever do. And I mean, being one of the few people in the room, too, when you know, you just have these elders singing and drumming. Yeah. I'd like to think there are still places where this other phenomena occurs where elders gather around a fire and communicate. They communicate all night, laughing, acknowledging each other, nodding, maybe shaking their head, whatever it may be. But they don't speak. They don't talk. They only use mind speak. Some would say telepathy. Yeah. Some would say they're tapping into the psychic realm. Maybe they have unlocked the abilities on special psychoactive substances. Maybe they're shaman, medicine men. But I think they're just regular elders of these tribes who know things about us that our government doesn't want us to know.
Same as before, I park my truck at the gravel pit and start walking like the 1.5 to 2 miles away from the pit. Remember that I've had an encounter in this exact same spot a year prior. By this time, I've convinced myself that what I saw couldn't possibly be real. I started at the spot where I saw the grinning sabe. When I get to the spot, the big pile of trees is gone, just gone. No signs of any leftover trees from before.
I think they just knew how to access their innate human abilities, and obviously the communists and the Satanists don't. I want you to know that. Oh, who are you barking at? Hey, there's nobody to bark at. We're warm. Oh, let me turn that back. Yeah, I'm going to get some hot water real quick. Come back out. Make coffee. If I get a full-size propane tank, That'd probably last a week. Or at least 4 days. Or at least 3 days. So maybe it's at least a $10 savings compared to using these little green Coleman propanes over and over and over. Or, buying new ones. So, swapping out the bottle and receiving a $40 credit for that propane swap. Well, hell, then you're only paying $25 for 3 or 4 days worth of propane, days and nights, instead of 20 each night and 20 each day. Hold up. Now you might get away with, because it's four Colemans for $20 if you get a 4-pack. If you buy them separately at a different place, so the first would be Walmart, but it's wiped out. So then you buy them at $7 a piece somewhere else. So anywhere from $20 to $28 you're going to pay for 4 Coleman bottles, and maybe even $32 at So I'll go ahead and tell you, Casey's gas station is the Plan C. Plan B's been working so far. At checking multiple locations, that is, Dillon's Kroger. Walmart was wiped. Yeah, Walmart was full, then all of a sudden they were wiped. And I don't know. I think somebody capitalized on that. I think somebody wiped Walmart out of their propane and is fucking selling them for higher price on Facebook or something. Probably marked them up to make money, or selling them at their store, their personal gas station or something. Who knows? But yeah, they really wiped it out for the public. Wouldn't be surprised if Commie Walmart wiped their shelf out on purpose. And just to hurt Americans. Anyway. Okay, I'll be right back.
Let's go.
Here, watch out. Watch out. I'm going to change this thing out, don't I? Oh, shit. Where's my line?
I look around the area for signs of the felled trees, and there's nothing. So strange. I shrug it off, thinking there has to be a logical explanation. Anyway, I start hiking again, and I hear a moose off in the distance. I get my rifle out and go around a bend in the trail, and as luck would have it, the young bull is within shooting distance. I load my rifle, take a knee, and I start breathing slowly for a good shot. Take aim, and snap. A tree is broken directly behind me. Immediately, I go into defense mode. I whirl around, pointing my gun, expecting to see another moose or maybe a bear. But what I see standing there is no bear or moose. It's this god-awful, hideous humanoid, and it's staring at my gun. His eyes are darting back and forth from my gun to my eyes. Those eyes, so nightmarish and huge. Black eyes, no whites. This thing, upon seeing it, the very first thought that popped into my head was, oh my god, it's a demon. I'm effing dead. I look at his blackish gray face, and it's got these super deep wrinkles in its forehead. And what I immediately noticed was the placement of its eyes. One is lower on his face than the other eye, about 1 inch out of place, like almost on top of its cheekbone. The head is not sloped or domed, it's like ours, only larger. Its upper lip curled up, revealing those damned sharp teeth I saw with the last one. Yellow, stained teeth like triangles. Some are chipped and broken, not many, but noticeable. So there it is, standing there about 4 to 5 feet away from me. And this thing giving off a death vibe, 100% predator. I start weighing my options on a one-shot placement. I look at the rest of its body, and it's covered in long, wispy hair, maybe 4 to 6 inches long. It's obviously hair and not fur, as it is clearly blowing. This creature is much taller than I am, and I stand at 6 feet tall. This girl was just 1 year old when her stepmother threw her into the mouth of deadly piranhas. That was the first time her stepmother tried to kill her. Her name was Alessandra Barrett, the first daughter and the rightful heir to the Barrett family inheritance, and her stepmother hated her for it. She wanted everything to go to herself and her own daughter, so she tried to get rid of Alessandra, but to her shock, Alessandra survived. Her stepmother was furious. Maybe the piranhas had mercy on a baby, but her cruel stepmother never would. From that day on, she tried to kill Alessandra every chance she got. She threw her to the wolves, tried to. Now, the muscles on this thing, nothing short of a bodybuilder on roids. It would put a bodybuilder to shame. I think if it comes to it, I'll have to aim for the eye. That's the other weird thing. This thing approached from downwind to me, and that is intelligence. Upon looking at the body, I noticed that it has patches of missing hair on its chest area. And that's for skeptics out there. This absolutely could not have been a misidentification on my part. I've seen bears with me over my lifetime of hunting, 100% not a bear. And I say that because this damn thing has hands. Yes, hands. With a full thumb. I clearly saw its hands because it put up its outstretched hand like a stop or don't shoot. On its other hand, which is at its side, is where I see long, black, cracked fingernails. These look just like fingernails, only sharper and longer. Underneath, the missing hair is gray skin that looks like something rubbed it off after repeating a task many times. I look down at its feet, and yes, it has feet, not paws. By this time, I started talking Cree language to it. I'm telling it, look, I know you can hurt me and I can hurt you. That's not what I want. I've caught you trying to sneak up on me. I don't know when to leave. He never answered me. Rather, it leaned back with his long arm and caught himself. Both feet were planted and the other arm was supporting his weight on the ground. All the while holding his outstretched hand in the stop or don't shoot motion. Upon seeing this, I started to slowly lower my rifle. When I lowered my rifle, it too uncurled its lip in conjunction with me lowering the gun. I thought, this is my chance. I want to leave peacefully with none of us getting hurt. At this point, I noticed it is clearly past me, behind me. So I moved very slowly and I leaned the 30-06 semi-auto up against a small tree. I closed my eyes and turned around, putting myself at this thing's mercy. I counted 5 in my head, and all I hear at this point in time is this thing taking off, breaking small trees and stuff. And it's so very fast, so fast. I got the F out of there. I used to be a solo hunter and trekked for kilometers at a time. I even hunted at night, as I'm on a reserve of First Nations. Hunting was my greatest passion. But after all this, I cannot hunt anymore, especially at night. I'll still go in the daytime, but now all I think about are these 2 encounters. Is taking the joy of hunting away, knowing these things are out there, and I have to keep my head on a swivel. I refuse to go back to that area. I mean, 3 strikes and you're out, you know? It's changed my worldview fundamentally. What else is out there? I'd be willing to undergo hypnosis and take a lie detector test. Anything. Why? To advance our understanding and knowledge of these things. Put these stories up for education purposes and to provide warning. These things are out there and they don't look friendly. Interestingly enough, my reservation is directly adjacent to a provincial park. Coincidence or not? I don't know. There you go.
Using their cars there.
There you go. I don't recall reading that before. Yeah, it's kind of a photo that he had attached. Probably found it somewhere on the internet. It doesn't really fit the description he gave us, right? But close enough, I'm guessing. But people are going to wonder about the shark's teeth. You know, we all look different. Everything looks different. Nobody looks exactly the same, especially humans. Especially when you see what humans have done to their body features with chopping their noses off and piercings and tattoo and making their eyes black and all sorts of crazy shit. Who knows? Who knows? Could have been a young Sasquatch who intently changed the look of his teeth, or not. Maybe it's had a nasty accident on a rock face. Who knows? But there's a lot of patterns in there, recognizable patterns, right? The reaction to the gun, the hair, the gray skin, the black eyes, and also making a motion toward the human with a hand or arm at times too, right? So there you go. Surprised you didn't believe in the or take this is fact from whoever you may have talked to previously in your travels, especially in your community. So you're in the club now. You're in the club now. What a weird thing, though. You know, like, why would that be? Sneak up behind him only to want to say, "Oh no, don't point the gun at me. I want to get out of here." Well, why'd you go sneak up on him in the first place? If you know what's up with a gun and a hunter, right? Obviously, the guy's hunting. But anyway, what do we got here? This is a super. This is a book. All right, I'm going in. I hope it's useful information. Let's go. And appreciate the previous email. Thank you, sir. And if you want to email time with your updates on what you've seen, heard, or know, please do. All right, please do. We're one big happy family here. One big honest community. Now, this is titled "Only Sabe Experiences Listed Here." Turns out you can sue the driver after a car accident. There's a much better way you can get paid a way bigger check without suing, without going to court. Hi, Steve. Pleased to be here. I write to share, and I hope my story helps and adds to the discussion. All right, here we go. First experience. I traveled a many miles trip north to the land of my ancestors of 6 generations ago. Came north to clear and settled on land when it was free for the clearing in northern Ontario, Canada. Unusually, I pulled into the small rural cemetery first where we buried Mom the November before. The cemetery is on top of a hill on the other side of the creek, which borders the property on the other side where my grandpa built a house for his new wife. The house is now mine. I step out of the car and spread my arms wide and embrace the feeling of home I always feel on this and surrounding land. Members of my family used to own all the land around here, and I wandered all over it and loved it. It's very rural. After paying respects to Mom and Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma's graves on the sunny early spring afternoon, I head back to my car and loaded up with my first load of possessions to bring to the house. I pause at the gravestone of my ancestor and pay my respects. Then I notice a section of lingering spring snow at the old end of the cemetery. At the old end of the cemetery, nearby where the old pines at the top of the hill, up from the creek, set their shadows first in the afternoon. The lingering snow skip is shaped like a wind-sculpted wave about 20 feet long, 3 feet high, for much of the length, then melted off to a taper at each end. I always loved finding lingering spring snow to wander barefoot as a kid near the creek, on the other side of the creek. I walk over to it, and I see a left print heading out from one end. It looks like the big front half of a human print. I think bear, as we have a young bear wandering around looking for new territory. On our first birthdays, we go fishing. We don't hunt or trap, but I know some traps. So I see this left print. I walk back along the snow to the right print. And the right print is 15 feet behind the left print on the other side of the unbroken crest of the 3-foot-high windswept lady, ocean lady. Whatever it's supposed to be. Oh, come on. Stretchy screen. I don't know if it looks like that for you guys. It shows me a stretchy screen. This must have been some long-legged critter. I pondered this for some time as I'm in no hurry, and I walk back and forth between the two prints, trying to make sense of them. The sun is settling behind the old pines, and it's probably a little past 3 p.m. by now. The shadows are creeping up the hill from the creek, but have not reached the snow skip yet. And as I'm on my haunches at the front print, and just side to side, I don't know what this track is, I hear in my head, "Go now." stands up, my body rising along with it, and I spin on my left heel, sight a spot in my car, and leave my eyes down away from the voice direction. On the other side of the sagging wire fence of the old corner of the cemetery, and up.
I'm a right-wing extremist arm wrestler. In other words, a regular fucking man. A regular-ass fucking man from any country. That's what a man's supposed to be.
At the top of the alders, at the top of the creek ridge. The fence I could never seem to get over when exploring.
Not if you want to take how I said that the other way. And I'll just leave it at that, I guess.
The fence, when I asked Grandma, she said there's nothing there. And as I set my right foot down on the first step, I'm with the strength and efficiency of my body, and in my mind I send up both a picture and message. She said, Barry.
Did I leave one out? Right-wing extremist, conspiracy theorist, arm wrestler, Christian patriot. That is a regular man. That is a good, strong, regular man. Prove me wrong.
And up at the top,
change my mind.
To the alders, at the top of the creek ridge. The fence I could never seem to get over when exploring. The fence, when I asked Grandma, she said there's nothing there. And as I set my right foot down on the first step, I'm pleased with the strength and efficiency of my body, and in my mind I send out both a picture and message. I think strongly and assuredly, this is the land of
conspiracy theories just haven't been made public yet. Rich people were watching drive-in movie theaters from their saucers back in the 70s. Let's get real now.
My ancestors.
They were a commercialized product. Okay, so if they were so-called, supposedly discovered in the 40s and 50s, worked on throughout the 60s, reproduced and mass-produced by the 70s or in the 70s. And then we had a fleet of starships in the 80s. We had a fleet of starships in the 80s already. So anyway, whatever. Yeah. That's the difference between the poor and the rich. Even 50 years ago, if you just had the money, you could buy a saucer.
Along with a picture of the land we and my family have settled for a very large area around. And as I step my right foot down each time, it seems as if my foot is pressing into my sock, stretching the sock fibers into my boot. I get to the car, swing my hip out around the back of my car, break the belt, and somehow the keys are in my head, and I carefully drive out. I drive to the house.
Drink something that comes in contact with.
Now newly mine, a short distance away on the other side of the creek. Set up the laptop, and I Googled bear tracks. Yeah, there were no front claw marks on those prints. There's a fella on the side list, and for some reason I click on it. It's you, Steve, with the Sabe story sent in to you. I sit back in my chair and I say out loud, well, if that's who you are, where are you going? I immediately see in my head a wrap-around picture, like all around me at once, is a picture of where I was standing in the cemetery, showing me where the prints were heading across land I am familiar with, and some past that, a big distance. Relief creating congestion. Clear sinus pressure.
That's not a regular man. A regular man is not a right-wing, extreme conspiracy theorist, Christian patriot who loves arm wrestling. That's not a regular. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If you have the fucking minimum amount of testosterone necessary to be a man, yes, the fuck it is.
And also on the other side of the sagging wire fence in the corner of the cemetery, a Papa Sabe standing. He's very tall, I'd say absolutely magnificent physically and in energetic form. Forget Predator, in my opinion. He's an he is an energetic presence. I can see all the natural energy lines flowing through him and also defining his outline. My knowledge association reference is like Paul Bunyan. He's standing still, close to the other side of the fence, legs together and arms folded across his chest. He's watching. Look at the prints. I get the impression of patience. Then the time is getting close to 4 p.m. perhaps, and I'm told to go. Holy shizzle.
Late in the evening,
Second experience.
she walks me to
2 summers later, I'm up north of the house again. I'm sitting in the front sunroom of the house. The sun is streaming in the windows. I've cleared a spot at the corner of the sunroom windows shelf to set my crystals and rocks. I love rocks.
Yes, me.
I get up from the computer and I go over to turn a crystal to catch the sun, and as I do so, I'm telling it can only be used for good.
I'll bust.
A movement catches the corner of my eye out the front window. An adolescent Sabe is just walking by less than 10 feet from me. He's heading toward the creek. As to why I'm calling the first one Papa Sabe, and this one adolescent Sabe, I can say why I just know. I see
And then my wife asks me, do you feel all right? And I said, yes, I'm getting strange tonight.
adolescent Sabe from 3/4 view at his left rear, and he is absolutely massive in construction physically. About 7 feet tall, built like the character of a comic book fantasy 4, the one built out of orange rocks. Only Sabe is not orange nor rock-like, just similar physical build. He's pumping his arms bent at the elbows, swinging his fists up, then down.
And then your wife asks me, do I feel all right? And I said, yes, I got strange tonight. All right, never mind.
Back as he marches along. He is in energetic form. The sun shining behind him, I slowly, quietly begin stepping backwards to stay out of sight from him, and for some reason think, don't do that. In neither of the above cases was I alarmed, but more like unsettled, like an unanswered question with safety held close first, but danger radar beeping around the edges, a beware feeling. I know it sounds weird, I think it's weird, but if one doesn't know what something is, it's best to let be and give a wide berth, in my opinion, until one has more information. Perhaps that's why, after watching me for 6 years after the first encounter, I had a memory recall that set me once again back in my seat, because I think Mom and Grandma knew, and they kept this knowledge from me, and Grandpa knew too. No doubt. 12 years of experience. On a sunny summer day up north, Mom and Grandma took me, 12 years old, and my 2 younger brothers, 10 and 9, in the boat across the lake to a really cool swimming rock. We could all swim like fish by now. The rock was at a deep spot in the lake with a 10-foot high jump-off point. The top of the rock was also perfect to sun on. There was a little rock off to the side to climb out of the water onto, climb the rounded rock up, then jump off into the lake again. Bliss. We've been there before, but never with Grandma. Dad usually ran the boat when we did go there. And there was only lots of force behind the rock as far as I know then. We pulled the boat into a spot on the other side of the stand of alders, climb up a smooth, slanted section of Canadian shield, walk along the top of the alders along a game trail for about 30 yards, then come out at the swimming rock. I decided this day that I would try to find a shortcut across the alders to save time getting to the swimming rock. From where we tied up the boat, we arrived and I began exploring. The alders were so dense, I had to wing my right arm through them, then my body years, so it took longer than I thought to explore finding a new path. And suddenly I came to an opening, and I pulled up with a start because there was a very slick mudslide, and boy, did it smell bad. I was on edge. I thought maybe a paper slide, and I began to assess. I couldn't jump across it because it was more than 5.
And then she fucked me as she turned off the lights. I said yes. I had gotten strange tonight.
Right across, and I couldn't take a run at it. I couldn't step on it because the sides were at least a foot deep.
No, it doesn't have to be strange.
I felt if I did, I would just...
No, it doesn't have to be strange. I had gotten laid tonight. Because some guy's wives might hold out on him or something. In Christianity, the woman is supposed to please the man. In Judaism, the man is supposed to please the woman.
With down the lake, I decided to beat on my mission. Grabbed an aldrin.
Nick Fuentes is so funny. I actually screen recorded that last night. He said, if you're a Jew, you have to eat box. He just said that. That's so funny. He said you have too much.
At the edge to swing my body around onto.
And then I remember watching this Skinhead movie when I was a kid over at a friend's house. And I wasn't raised on that, but I had encountered it over there. And, his stepdad was like bald, tatted, leather and spiked outfits all the time. He made leather spiked gauntlets upstairs. So there was just constant banging on the floor above everybody's head all the time. Because this guy was actually making spiked arm, full grain leather gauntlets. Well, anyway, rings, fists, whatever you order from him. And then he would show us sometimes where people would mail cash in CD cases. Because you're not supposed to mail raw cash, supposedly. That printed Chinese Jewish product. Can't go through the United States Postal Service. Break. But Somalians can do 70 billion. Wait, 700 billion. Oh my gosh, what was that number the guy said? Talking to Nick Shirley. You're not supposed to mail $500 for a gauntlet, but a Somali pirate sure can carry 700 billion onto an airplane. What the fuck?
To begin heading back. Our marriage is over.
Oh, I didn't finish. So in that movie, he was like, this dude was like, it was kind of like skinhead grooming. The movie could have been made by Jewish people. I don't know, but or it was like skinhead education or something, Nazi education. He was teaching him about the differences between Christian and Jewish culture, but that's not even, that alone, it has nothing to do with Nazism or skinheadism. That's just simply comparing two religions or cultures or people. So I'm tired of one group thinking that it's a triple threat. It's a religion, a nationality, and a people. No, fuck you. You can do whatever the fuck you want and live wherever the fuck you want. The thing you can't change is your blood. So I have Jewish blood too, I bet. So anyway, he was like, we please our women with our cocks. Yeah. Yeah, this Christian man said, we please our women with our cocks.
And screaming for me. She sounded really frantic. I kept calling back that I'm coming. I was working on it. But she kept calling. She didn't hear me. Boy, did she sound frantic. And as I finally approached the swimming rock, Mom saw me with my arm outstretched ahead of me, reaching into the alders. Grabbed my hand, began yanking on it, banging my head a few times.
You have to be a crying social justice warrior box eater to be a Jewish husband.
I'm all in front of me. I yelled to let me go so I could get out. But as she was pulling my arm, angrily yelling at me, "You're throwing rocks at your brothers." She was really mad. I thought, sorry, she was really mad. I thought she would have had a right to be if I was throwing rocks at my little brothers, except I wasn't. Nor could I from my position within the older stand. And I said, no, I wasn't. Of course, because I had glasses and a few bones broken defending my little brothers from bullies. So, geez, Mom, you know this.
That's so funny. Their made up bullshit word is so irrelevant. It didn't even come into my mind. I said Nazism and skinheadism without even thinking about anti Semitism. And I just had to think about it again to figure out what the fuck it was.
That would never happen. I didn't expect anyone else to believe this either. But she kept going about this. It was fact. Huh? I get out of the alders, go to the top of the swimming rock, and I see my two brothers down in the water. And Mom screams at me, "What are you doing?" She never was a good communicator, but today she's crazy. To me, as a 12-year-old, she looked really mad at me because I was throwing rocks at my brothers. But my brothers are holding still in the water. My little brother is holding onto the little climbing up rock, and my other brother is treading water out of necessity behind them. And they're looking up at us.
And what I mean is, in the movie, it was one character saying that to another character. It wasn't some type of fucking, talking to you when you watch it. No, it's a regular movie, like American History X. There's this scene where the two skinheads are army crawling under some razor wire or something, and one of their pants gets caught on it, and the other one sees what gets exposed. And he says, "Fucking kike," and reaches for his gun, and he starts reaching for his gun to kill him. But anyway, I forgot exactly how that one played out.
I say I'm going to swim because I hadn't been swimming. Screams at me, "No, you don't. Get down there with your brothers." Okay, so I can't go swimming, but I'm being told to get down.
It wasn't
with
a
my brothers who are
circumcised
in the
dick.
lake.
It was like a.
Well, it's not making sense. That's it.
It was a seal of Solomon. They call it a Star of David. Their their symbol is supposed to be a menorah. That's a candle holder with like 9 of them on there or something. Or is it 11? Somebody let me know. I can't even remember. But and you can have a miniature type of menorah. You can have 7 on there, and that's Christmas related too. I mean, that's when you get into Judeo-Christianity. But that's only for actual Jewish people or people who love God. Not fake Jews or Satanists. Yeah, and the anti-Semitism, made up woke shit doesn't fly around here. You are not conflating Satanists and lovers of God.
I can't get down because I'm stepping on little brother's hands. And while she's standing with arms outstretched, sort of hurtling down the rounded edge of the swimming rock, I cannot gain any ground back to more sure footing if I step closer to assess over the edge how my brothers are doing. I tell Mom to at least let little brother stand in the water on the little rock. Then other brother can hold on to it. And little brother can get out of the water because he must be getting cold staying in the water. And Mom screams at me, "Now get down there." I look around for Grandma. This girl's own father fed her to hungry sharks when she was only 6. Because he was dead.
Damn, okay, YouTube sucks. It's not worth. Sorry, Steve. You need to start posting to Rumble. I'm bailing out of there. We can't be doing that. We can't be doing that many ads. I mean, I already paused it enough myself. There's no need for me to reach back up and skip the ad. Fuck that.
Creams on your face, you're aging it faster. This is the ginger trick that makes me look 40, even though I'm almost 70. And you know what the best part is? It's natural, cheap, easy to prepare, and has zero side effects. Ladies, don't overdo this ginger trick, okay? I always say this to everyone who tells me they want to try it too. I had a friend who struggled to renew her ID. I'd like to say is everybody should go as well to the Council on Foreign Relations website. Two articles
Nor bin Laden.
that I'd like to highlight. One is
That's
on
hilarious.
conflicts to
That is so funny. Steve Bannon's got a woman on here named Bin Laden. Nor bin Laden. Okay. I think I've seen her before. It kind of rings a bell. You know what I mean? But no, I think I've heard of just a regular, good person named with that happens to have that name. That's kind of crazy to think that somebody could, with how much they slandered that guy. Ooh, she has like light eyes, hazel eyes. She's actually Persian. Yes, that's an actual Persian woman. I recognize it instantly because I met a woman named Mirzad from Iran. I don't say Iran. I say Iran. I mean, I'm an American. I can say Iran. 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 Oh, well, if I was there and I left, I'd say Iran, Iran. But, yeah, man, look at these thick eyebrows. But, I met Mirzad. It was just something else. It was ridiculous. It was very strikingly similar to this lady here, but even more attractive. Met her at the pool. She asked for my number, but then she never was able to find the time to hang out. It kind of sucked. I almost made it with a true Persian beauty. Made it, mated, and May did.
so violence that it's just true, but you have to understand this is entirely manufactured, just as managed crime is also manufactured. George Soros has been talking about this
Oh, she's fine.
for years. And the other article also on the Council on Foreign Relations website is titled
Going off the wall there. I've had intercourse with 11 black women, but never once with a Persian woman. One or two Mexicans, one or two Asians, and then a dozen white chicks and a dozen black chicks. Maybe two. I don't know. Probably 2 dozen white chicks. Hopefully not 3 dozen. Because then you start getting into loose and nasty territory and stuff. If you're a regular guy who's aging, not getting any richer. And I didn't know what Mirzad meant when she told me this at the time. This was a couple of years ago, I guess. She said something. I responded, and she said, Oh, that's Arab, or they're Arab, um, or something like that. And I was like, okay, well, what do you mean? And I thought it was gonna kind of start getting into like Jews and Muslims. That all I knew was that Jews and Muslims didn't like each other. I didn't know any of the details, anything about the region specific groups or anything. And historically, which people were actually there and ran it first. It was almost all Christian Persian until somebody let fucking Arab Muslims come in and conquer them. What the fuck? That's the story of Iran. But anyway. That was that was 80 years ago. So it's still like mostly Persian, not Arab, Muslim. It's still like mostly Christian Persian that might have been forced to convert to fucking Muslim. Some of them that maybe their lives were on the line or something. But who knows, man? Or their children were force converted. I'm not sure, man. But there's somebody definitely fucked up when that happened. I'd like to know who's responsible for this expansion of these raping murderers, Satanists, whether they're Jewish or Muslim. Fuck with me. Christians are the ones who are not the fucking terrorists, bitch. I'm coming to prove it to you and fuck you. Whether they're black, white, brown, or yellow, or red, but there's no. There are very few evil reds walking around. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, but they were they were they were enslaved, conquered, migrated, force migrated by British billionaires, foreign enemy invaders, who reconquered us after our revolution and constitution. And then white Americans were slandered for British billionaire offspring behavior. Can you believe that? That's what we're dealing with. Americans live with a bunch of offspring of foreign enemy invading British and French billionaires. Can you fucking believe that shit? Right. Even the Club of Rome, I'm talking white American Christians live amongst a bunch of white foreign enemy invaders. That's what the fuck we're dealing with. As opposed to the states discussing it. So one client talked about the rupture and we're being poisoned by them, mutilated, mutated, sterilized. Our babies are killed by them. Our babies are being shot up by them. With poisons left and right. Up to 72 times poison. I mean, who but a foreign enemy invader would wish that upon you? Think about it. Fake food, poison in the air being sprayed. They came and fucking hijacked everything. We've been conquered by enemy. We need to wake the fuck up. You would only prioritize a slightly larger paycheck over human life if you were truly evil. That's not the type of people our Constitution was made for. We founded this nation to escape those people.
That this is a transition from
The only mandate, um, mandated purchase, the only mandated purchase our founders did for us, imposed upon us, was firearms. Were firearms and military equipment, not car insurance, not property tax, not fucking federal income tax, not state tax, not Medicare tax, not Social Security tax, not electricity bill. Pretty sure we had free energy back then. Pretty fucking sure we had free energy back then. We had airships that charged at the tops of our buildings. Grok acted like it was interested in knowing more of what I know about it when I asked about it earlier. and it totally slandered the white giants that were here before the Asians migrated across the Bering Land Bridge. And so Grok was, I pinpointed and called Grok out on why do you think the first people here were brown? And, and yeah, no, as soon as the brown people came over, they started being eaten by white giants. Everybody knows that now. They will.
to the same destination. Have an invisible
Lovelock Cave. Lovelock Cave story. Abraham Lincoln's Niagara Falls acknowledgement. Mound building culture. There's usually a giant body in there. Oh,
organized which have led us to this point. And it's interesting to see what's happening in the United States of America. I can see.
I just had to turn this Mr. Buddy heater down from 9,000 to 4,000. And then looks like I blew it out on accident, but we're since low oxygen. Let's see if it comes back on. Pilot's on. Going to 4,000. It's working. That means the oxygen is still good. Must have blown it out. Apparently, there's like a long life lighter or a pilot light at the bottom of this. And it kind of keeps the infrared panel going as this perforated ceramic texturized panel has gas diffused across it evenly. I mean, that's what creates the infrared. It's just propane on the ceramic, but the way it's burned on there, it totally heats up that ceramic and bounces it at you. Converting propane to IR.
understand, thanks to your commentary, thanks to all the work that you and your team have been doing, actually the signal, not the noise. It's also a review of Steve with your tagline.
I'm a War Room Posse, America First, Turning Point USA 1776er, worldwide. What are you?
No, but part of the conflict is now here. It's getting talking about color revolution. What is your case? You're saying it's very obvious.
That would be Steve Bannon, or Stephen K. Bannon. Charlie Kirk. Is it Charles James Kirk? Or does he literally have two of the guy from Star Trek's names? Okay. So, and that would also be Nicholas J. Fuentes. Let's see, his J. I forgot what his J is. Joseph. Is Nicholas Joseph Fuentes. Okay. And Alexander Emmett Jones. When I say War Room Posse, Turning Point USA, America First, 1776 worldwide, I'm also saying Stephen K. Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Nicholas J. Fuentes, and Alexander Emmett Jones.
Outside of the knowledge of what happened to the Western civilization starting in the collapse. And I'm looking at this now as a color revolution. And color revolution training all over the world where they want to change. Talk to me about, as you look back at what's happening with us, why do you think it's a color revolution? And is this accelerating? Is this color revolution accelerating by the our sovereignty as a republic and also individual citizens? Absolutely. I would say that since the 1776 Declaration of Independence, and as you mentioned, it's been accelerating the past few years. You have these different points in the past 250 years of the United States of America's history, key moments where you can see that different actions were taken in order to undermine the country from foment friction and conflict from within. So you can, for example, take one key moment, which is 1908 of the SBI, for instance, that was to target U.S. citizens, patriots who were opposed to the United States of America entering to work. That was Roosevelt, and then Wilson, one of the biggest traitors of America as president, put that into play in order to target American citizens. And you can obviously draw a line all the way to the Patriot Act following, where patriots and Americans who understand founding fathers sought out to grant this freedom to put together a system whereby your rights and your constitutional rights were protected. This is the category in America that has been targeted the most ever since your founding fathers declared independence. And the goal is to really erase that.
Don't forget about 91% alcohol, Coleman propane tanks, Coleman butane tanks, propane butane mix. That's if you have the money. These are all the clean burning things you can burn right next to you and still breathe, and you just need some ventilation. But other than that, burning wood, and you can just burn alcohol on a metal surface. or in some media, any media, coffee grounds, a couple of sticks broken up. As the wood dries out, it reabsorbs the alcohol very well, and burns a little longer for you, if you will. I mean, instead of going out so abruptly, it'll kind of fade out, and so you can easily relight it, easily add more fuel, more alcohol. You just keep squirting alcohol on your little tiny personal fire, and yeah, I mean, Walmart had a huge display of 91% alcohol, but they were completely wiped out of Coleman propane tanks. So, knowing what I know, I went ahead and got what I could. And then my dad helped me get a bunch of Coleman propane tanks. And now I want to upgrade. I need the hose adapter to a regular full-size propane tank. I'm ready for the big leagues. I mean, we're talking a car is the best kind of tent or camping shelter you could have anyway. If you don't have a trailer or an RV or an SUV, I mean, or a four-door truck. But if you know, you can also always burn wood. You can burn wood right in your car if your carpet's been removed. Say your passenger seat and carpet's been removed, you can burn wood right there on the floorboard or in the seatbelt well. There's usually an inset, even with somewhat of a chimney already built in. You can burn wood right there if you take out that passenger side seatbelt too. This is if you want to, if you don't have any passengers, or if you do find yourself in a survival situation. If the heat goes out in the car. Think about propane devices, butane devices, such as camping stoves and portable space heaters. And then think about 91% alcohol, pretty much on anything that won't catch on fire too much. Or what I mean is, don't burn it next to anything. Don't accidentally burn something that you're not supposed to. So I've removed all the plastic from my doors, from my floors, from my seats. I've stripped everything down to the metal in my car, and so it did take away the insulative factor. So was the juice worth the squeeze? Only because my heat's out. Yes, because my heat's out. However, just the Mr. Buddy heater in an insulated car would be perfect. That'd be ideal, because then you don't have like tiny breezes blowing in from all over the place, and the floor is not, the floor itself isn't freezing to the touch. But heat does rise, so the floorboard is always cold compared to the ceiling. The headliner is very warm. And then I just kind of put my feet toward right now I'm just kind of sitting back, putting the bottom of my feet toward the space heater, the Mr. Buddy propane heater, portable space heater. $90 at Walmart. I have 3 propane tanks after the one in there right now goes. So that's probably going to last until it gets dark. And my dad said he's going to help me get some more propane tanks, or a big one with an adapter. Possibly by the end, possibly the full size one by the end of the day. but I'll definitely be acquiring 91% alcohol and at least some small Coleman propane tanks today, at some point today. And other than that, we don't really need to go anywhere or do anything. It's not advisable to travel right now. Most I've done is go across the street twice. It means a lot when people are actually generous. It's not that when they don't have to be. Yes, they fucking have to be if they want to be right with God and the Lord and Savior and the King of the world, Jesus Christ. They do have to fucking offer help to people, man. I'm sick of these. If you're not Christian, you're a fake American. I'm here to tell you right now. This country was founded and built by white Christians. I don't give a fuck about any other narratives. Yes, throw in a little black slavery. Yes, throw in the fact that England, Britain only ended their fucking slavery so they could turn around and start our civil war and take the rest of our country. They had already taken the North and the capital. So slavery was ending anyway. So yes, whites, reds, and blacks built this country, and then browns and yellows started invading. But it was white, it was white, red, white, black. And then like evil white. A couple. It's like only at that point the evil fucking whites came over. Because I mean, like, look, you don't just call the white slave owners evil because they bought them from black slave owners in Africa. They actually bought them from the Muslims. So I will say they weren't behaving like the best Christian. Of course, if you're a slave owner, you're not acting like the best Christian you can be. Which is why I know in my heart slavery was ending anyway, and our Civil War was merely a ploy for the British Empire to take the rest of our fucking country. And now we're here almost 200 years later. Or 150 years later. With fake education, fake food, fake drinks, fake air, fake healthcare, fake money. Just look around. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, there's a lot of gay people and homosexual oriented subversion to just harm the rest of us. We're such a strong fucking people, even though they took our government, they took the governments all across this country. They still are jealous of us. They did quite a bit of it in secrecy to all of us born after the fact, right? And so mainstream history is written by the victor, and that's what his story is the fucking foreign enemy invaders taking over our country, and now we're enslaved. We're all enslaved. If you do everything by the book, and you're just an average pay type of person, you have to give away 80% of all of your fucking money, whether it be to taxes, insurance, or energy companies or banks. You have to give away almost all of your money. That's slavery. We had free energy. Our airships charged at the top of our stone buildings that conducted electricity. Heck, even a healing hotel conducted electricity, sound, and light therapy to instantly start healing and curing the ailments of your body. as soon as you stepped in there, whether you wanted it to or not. A church did the same thing, a real church. And now we get treatment. Now we receive treatments and receive side effects. So when you hear healthcare for Americans, no, it's side effects for aliens. It's fake fucking healthcare to begin with. Tired of you bitches on so many levels.
Sever from that basic notion that you are free people granted by your constitution rights, and this is what we've been seeing this entire 20th century. Right? But then
I'm interested in healing and curing for American citizens. I'm not even gonna, specify patriots. Of course, I wish everybody be patriotic, but you can still be an American citizen at least. But really, I really wish it for the non-criminal patriots or the non-criminal Christian patriots, because that's the only type of people our great grand nation's built for. Non-criminal Christian patriots are the founders of our nation and everything they wanted us to be. And they literally, John Adams actually wrote down. People say literally too much. I try to say actually, physically wrote down. But it is a work of it is a literary work or a work of literature, which I think is what the word literally more pertains to anyway, storytelling, rather than events that occur in physical reality. But no, what he wrote down was, so maybe he did literally write it down because it's literature. What John Adams wrote down was, our government is made for a religious and moral people only. It is wholly, trying to think of the word he used, inadequate to govern any other type of people. So we're invaded and we need to clean up. We all need to unlearn and relearn actual fucking history. We have a fake map. What's the continent-sized no-fly zone in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Like the size of Australia. What's the continent-sized no-fly zone in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Where no airplane is allowed to fly over it. It's a perfect circle. This ex-Special Forces judge that I was talking to said that we don't know what's there. Things just disappear. So we don't fly over it. I'm like, yeah, right. He's either acting like he knows what it is, or he's fully in on the cover up of the slandering and destruction of our great grand nation.
level, the level, the economic level, the financial level. You have obviously another key marker, which is 13 of the Federal Reserve, in order to essentially American people of any form of financial freedom and financial agency. And this is obviously coming to where we are today and everything we discussed yesterday on the show, coming out of Davos with this new financial set and the of the financial system. And as absolute control. It's fiat currency, but on steroids, essentially. concepts, financial concepts such as natural asset companies, swaps to restructure sovereign nature. They essentially want to tokenize every single asset in the world. Asset classes essentially also fractional assets which dilute ownership of various assets in the world. It's just so to me it is a clear continuation of what the currency system actually own. And as I mentioned yesterday, this is their stated goal, right? They don't want us to own anything as an elite class that sits above us want to control all of the assets in the world, brackets essentially. Hang on for a second. So that's sure you understand. Someone we're not here to talk about the price or say, hey, look at the price every day. But there's been a process behind that. This is just not the price was not driven by retail buyers. Why is the price
Actual supply and demand. Like, this is live right now, but let's see if that's the answer. And I haven't even been watching Steve Bannon. He goes with Birch Gold. Alex goes with Kirk Elliott.
because central banks and hedge funds are now putting in the past they have bonds, stocks, they might have private equity, they might have asset class of venture capital. Now they're carving out for the physical ownership of gold and silver. Why is that? Because it's been a hedge against 25% in the value of the dollar since Biden took office. How did that happen? Massive federal.
They're making robots out of it. That's essentially the answer. They're finally going to stop suppressing silver because they have to make robots out of it.
Massive federal spending support, basically corporate welfare and social welfare state paid for by you twice.
They're also dropping the fake climate change agenda because they have to invest in AI.
Once the dollar. Birchgold.com.
Just informed I didn't get the job.
Job today.
For an automotive technician. Hey, this is a damn good song. Oh, that's a tease. Steve will do that to you every day. Let's see. Now I have to go look up. Take down the CCP. Take down the. It needs to populate. CCP. Damn. It doesn't populate. Oh, but it does. Okay. It pulls up my previous searches, but it's been a while since I searched that one. So after I finally finished typing it in, they pull up my searches. Oh, here we go. That's funny. There's a lot of Bannon on here, or he's on the third video. Is this the song? Ooh. Got their guts paralyzed and permanent diarrhea. Okay. Osteoporosis and penia. Right. Wow, that was actually Bannon and Miles Guo on a boat in front of the Statue of Liberty. Miles Guo was a Chinese billionaire fighting the Chinese Communist Party. Fuck she. Yes. For Xi's orientation into the Chinese Communist Party. This is why, at the end of the day, it's about people who love God and people who love the devil. And I can't even say it like that because they don't use love. They don't use love. No, it's about people who love God and Satanists or human sacrificers. That's what it is. It's about people who care about God's beautiful creations, and then people who only want to destroy them. So that's actually what we're dealing with all around the world, in every government, in every country, every city, in many of your interactions throughout the day. But for Xi's initiation into the CCP, he had to watch his father and his sister be brutalized, like tortured, mutilated, killed. One of them was, I think, one of them was killed, and the other one was just tortured or something. I can't remember. Not that I was there. I guess he watched it with a stone cold attitude, and the party loved him. Now he says 150 will soon become the normal age to live to, with organ transplants. Every single time you get a new part of your body from a younger individual, you actually become younger, because that's now part of who you are. And so you literally just gave up part of what you were and took on something new, and now this is what you are in total. So, I mean, it's fairly new that people are hearing about this, but even if you get a new arm, some say even if you get, like, it would suck to think, but like a new hand, or if you got Lorena Bobbitt, I shouldn't even think about that. Okay, so that's why it makes sense that even liposuction re-injected into your joints and stuff can provide some anti-aging, because there are some stem cells present there. Well, whether you receive an organ or a body part or blood or plasma from a younger person, or you extract your own bone marrow or fat and re-inject it into various parts of your body, both of those actually make you younger. So depends on whether you want to go through the pain or pull it out of somebody else's body. It's kind of it's a miracle how why aren't these billionaires just pulling it out of themselves then? They don't want to go through that pain, huh? They want to suck babies dry. Grok wouldn't admit that billionaires are having babies on purpose just to extract the fluids and inject themselves with it. Grok, won't admit that Peter Nygaard and Jeffrey Epstein were do that, since that was a fake death, right? Peter Nygaard and Jeffrey Epstein still do that. So does Bill Gates. Anthony Fauci. Human farming, women waking up to being operated on and believe that their eggs were harvested. And so now these models from the 90s and early 2000s, they have a bunch of kids that they don't even know about. They have a bunch of kids and grandkids, maybe. Well, unless the people, unless they were disposed of, but I'm sure that eggs were harvested from the offspring as well, and stuff like that. Maybe, right? Maybe, but one can only speculate about some of this stuff. These are the kinds of things you learn when you don't just watch TV. You don't just stay on TikTok or YouTube. I just dropped knowledge that's banned from YouTube, and now it's back on YouTube, isn't it? TikTok instantly pulls Alex Jones content, and YouTube instantly throttles Alex Jones content. Like if you post a clip, which Alex tells you to do, he says, make money off my content if you can. Just spread the word.
Okay. Miles grows like a prison over in Berkeley.
Problem is, these fake platforms, also known as private publishing companies, like YouTube and TikTok, they don't want you to know the real shit. They don't want you to get that real, you know.
I want to make sure he can hear us. CCP! CCP! Miles, Guido! I can't hear you! Whoa!
I can't believe they arrested him.
What is our task and purpose? To take down the CCP! Thank you. Let's roll. You think Miles can hear us? You think Miles can hear us? Remember where he was 34 years ago? He was in a prison too. Remember he got rolled up. Why did they on May 26th and 27th? Why? Because students of the Fine Arts Academy in Beijing started to build the goddess of democracy. And the corrupt transnational criminal organization that is the Chinese Communist Party, by the way, backed by the world's elites, could not take that. They tolerated what went on in Tiananmen until those young art students and those young protesters started to put up the goddess of democracy.
Tim Wall saw it all, carrying his weapon into battle. Oh wait, he's a knucklehead. That can only mean one thing. He's actually asking somebody to punch him in the head, or at least give him a noogie. I need to see somebody put him in a headlock and give him a noogie. Tim Walls. If I ever get the chance, I'm going to give you a noogie. Don't resist too hard. Don't resist too hard. You might get punched in the head. But basically, the knuckles are going to contact the head. And, we can do it. You know, we can do it. You know, more of an Indian burn. I'm Indian. I'm part Indian. Native American, which means Indian. Not that dark yellow. I'm tired of you slandering white. I'm calling you out for what you are, everybody. All the rest of you motherfuckers. Dark yellows. I'm tired of fucking dark yellows calling themselves brown. Brown is when red and white mix in America. Brown is when red and white mix. And that's that. Okay, now I'll search taking down the CCP. Because we're taking down the CCP. Realize you
Spelled found. Taking found. What do I have to do? Put the word song in there? Type in Miles Guo. Let me just song. Wow. What? Rumble. Rumble, where's the song at? Wow. I'm very disappointed in Rumble right now. Taking down the CCP song. Okay. Then let's only make one change at a time. Take down the CCP song. Ooh, take down the CCP song. Take down the song. Nope. Nope. Okay. Let me just do this. Miles Guo song. Let's try a totally different approach. Miles Guio. Oh, it's Guo. Redo it then. Guo. Miles Guo song. No. Has Rumble been taken over by China? This is disturbing. This is actually upsetting and disturbing. Wow, I can't believe it. Miles Guo. Take down the CCP song. It doesn't get any more specific than that. Miles Guo, take down the CCP song. Don't take down two. Shorthand for Tuesday. TUE. Oh, that's the fourth two. The shorthand of Tuesday. Let's see. Yep, nowhere to be found, man. Oh, wow, here it is. Oh, wow, hold on. I had to type it in specifically, and even then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 slots down. So no thanks to Rumble. And apparently the more viewed versions have been removed. This only has 30 views. I can't believe it. I hope it's a song. Damn. Dr. Stella Emanuel talks about the Bible and the Nephilim with Alex Jones.
It sounds unbelievable, but this simple oat trick is changing lives.
Book of Enoch.
Bariatric oat trick. Grab paper and pen to write down the recipe I'm going to teach you now. I even had to stop because the fat was simply melting too fast.
Archbishop Vegano calls out the second beast pretending to be Pope Francis. Oh, methylene blue just came in the mail. Yes. Yes. My dad just texted me. I just responded, yes, triple exclamation mark. I'm saying we can split the bottle. And I'm going to say, we need to get you the pills too. We need to get you the capsules as well. I put the concentrated blue right into my throat, right onto my throat and tongue, towards the back because I don't want it on my teeth and lips. But yeah, I was most of the time I forget to shake it up, so I don't know which part I'm even getting upset because sometimes it burns, and I'm like, whoa. It's like tastes like a extremely concentrated vitamin, and then other times it's just like tastes light and vanilla and mint. Or minty. I think the vanilla is very subtle in there. It probably tones down on the what they say electric or battery flavor of the methylene blue itself. But it's kind of like a mint. It's really like taking a breath mint, putting like 4 or 6 drops of methylene blue in your throat. Okay, so YouTube, it's so funny. They're not showing my shorts any love because my right wing live streams. My live stream yesterday was titled "Commies Planted Sick Nick's Ashes." I said they false flag Patsy planted his ashes, or we might still need to honor him because they might have offed him because he was going to expose them. The rest of the Capitol Police. Yes, you're almost fully exposed to the rest of the public. What a glorious time.
Too fast. People miss the show. So crazy virus and you're running helter skelter. Now, by the way, all these dreamers for real, they try to suppress it. That's the bottom line. They are very evil, and their whole thing is they want. Look at what they do. First, they are trying to stop food production, right? You know about the pharmacy that are now because they want to bring famine. Right now, the war in Ukraine and Russia and Ukraine were the greatest producer of food and also you know something. So the war actually just famine all over the world. If you read the book of Revelation chapter 6, third seal, yes, the third seal is famine. The second seal is a sword. But what is the first seal in Revelation 6, Alex? They said it was a crown and a cap, which is actually a crown. A crown is corona. The Bible talks about it that first horse went out and it was given a crown and was given a bow, which is actually interpreted like a poisonous dart, which is a dart. So these things have been and they are working just yes. So and then famine, pestilence, both causes famine, pestilence, and all that stuff. And we're seeing it. We're seeing young people die of cancers. All just coming through. This is what I tell people and do the vaccine and make a mistake. But you just repent. Go on our website, it's the whole thing. Repent and pray. This stuff is serious. Alex, inside the COVID vaccine, iron marker is very good. But I tell you what, Paris is and anything that is at the mention of the name of Jesus can
That's how they can scan you and and scan you probably with many different types of devices, maybe even your own phone. That's how they can see who's vaccinated or not. They put luciferase in you. But furthermore, every vaccine has always had foreign DNA in it, and the it being mRNA suddenly is a lie. It still has foreign DNA in it and heavy metals. So by foreign DNA, I'm talking aborted fetuses, worm, hamster, monkey, just to name a few. Mercury and aluminum. Did I miss anything?
We pray for people. All studies pray. Yes. Yes. We pray for people that took the vaccine.
Oh, and a man-made laboratory virus thrown in there too.
And we pray for them. And I mean, we had a program in front of one of the hospitals in Texas. And the lady that was paralyzed. And we just prayed for her and prayed for that of her. And in front of everybody. Anything could happen in front of everybody. So some kind of attacks, people that have issues with the vaccine. Pray works. Because this stuff is when something is serious at the mention of the name of Jesus, it has to be uprooted. So if you go on our website, there's a place for prayer that you can actually pull up that prayer.
So the foreign DNA, we'll say, and mRNA strands mutate your DNA. The heavy metals poison you. The turbo cancer, the AIDS, and the clots kill you. It can only be imposed upon us by foreign enemy invaders and their offspring. Only. You wouldn't treat your neighbor like this. You wouldn't treat your actual neighbor like this in a Christian society. Or why do you think they killed Charlie? We're being run by foreign enemy invaders and their offspring. And the mafia, the little mafias they made. This time the militia forms. I'm waiting on the word from our president. I think he has a little insight into how JFK, RFK, and Nixon knew exactly how to take down this deep state. I think Trump has a little insight into that. Yes, Nixon was one of those badass motherfucking good guys too. Slandered by a media monopoly just like the Hindenburg.
Yeah, the same way Christ
Sabotaged and slandered. Wouldn't you rather be in a cruise ship in the air instead of a sardine can tube?
ordering your spirit as your body. You're ordering your body. Yes. If you go like
If you want to get there faster, take the sardine can tube.
First Peter chapter 3 verse 5 says salvation is by
Both options need to be available. Airships have to come back. They must, absolutely. And they must charge at the tops of our buildings again. And we must be told the truth about why all of our stone buildings were bombed, exploded with TNT, burned, and flooded. We must. Everybody must wake up to these events that have occurred in our true, honest history. They don't want you to know.
what happened in the Garden of
The Chicago Great Fire? That was a bombing raid campaign. That looked exactly like Gaza and Dresden. Who the fuck bombed the shit out of Chicago? Who exploded so much TNT? Every stone and brick building was turned to rubble. A house fire doesn't do that. A fire doesn't do that. You adding the word great to the word fire doesn't do that. We're tired of your narrative. I called out Grok on it earlier too. It wouldn't come up off. Well, it's the only thing I can find to relate to what we're seeing. It kept saying fire and burn and ashes and remnants and rising, and I'm like, come on. I'm like, you're deflecting.
Corruption. That is why we all come down from that and we all create. But when you create your,
I said, what's AI's obsession with fire and burning stuff? And then it just about hinted at the fact that we did ambush, sabotage, kill, burn, and bomb the previous inhabitants of this great grand nation. They don't want you to know who actually built those buildings. We don't do that. They put up fake scaffolding and wrap our beautiful churches that are made of stone with copper domes and acorn-like fixtures and angels and crosses and of gold. They put up that scaffolding and plastic sheeting to act like they're doing something to that building that the previous civilization made, that we merely found. We founded it. That means found. Putting an ED on the end doesn't change it. You found it. Somebody else built it. If you watch the channel by lunch break, there are no blueprints available for any of these stone buildings in any of our cities or anywhere around the world. There's no actual blueprints on how they did it. Left and right, every time we watch that channel, we, me, you or me, anytime somebody watches that channel, they see the museum curator or the leaseholder or management company cannot find any blueprints for the building. No landlords can find any blueprints for any of these stone buildings.
spiritual part.
Baptized.
Yeah.
Fire. Yeah, Infowars.com or X are on fire.
Just like calling a baby a fetus doesn't change the fact that it's one of God's beautiful creations. Putting an ED on the end of the word found doesn't mean you built it.
God's chambers. Tower. And
But I'm really concerned with how they have our church wrapped downtown here in Wichita, Kansas right now. Please don't catch that on fire. Please don't blow it up in there either. I mean, regular fire wouldn't burn it anyway. But you melt all that plastic on it and throw a few other things in there. It's like, whoa. Please don't let them do it. It's one of the most beautiful buildings I've ever seen in the entire world. Just like the old jail where the mayor's office is. Lily Wu, don't let them harm that church, please. I also want your job, by the way. As in, I'm going to run for mayor. Because my grandfather worked at that same building when it was actually the jail back in the 50s. Gave my mom a tour. I said, you don't want to end up here, do you? She said, no. I said, well, don't ever commit a crime.
that means we're winning the battles now. Before protecting ourselves, great products you got at DrSellerManual.com. Alex supports the show. You're major battles out of your ranch right now. Talk about God, the fight we're
We are doing a monthly prayer service. And the reason why we do that is because a lot of people are fighting about that spiritual and fight back. So we have a ranch just outside Patterson, it's about 2 hours from here. And people come there and they stay for free. They come 5 days and they stay there and we stay with them and they deal with depression, drug addiction, just a lot of spiritual stuff that people can
Nothing needs to be done to our great stone buildings. Why do they act like they're renovating them or remodeling them when half the time they end up burning? A quote-unquote fire breaks out in our great stone buildings, especially churches. That's an actual church. We have an actual great grand church in downtown Wichita, just a few hundred feet from the YMCA. They're acting like they're remodeling it.
That we also have a
Very concerning.
trying our best to help people.
A biblical system. Look, Roger wasn't really an atheist, but he believed in God. He got totally in trouble. And he calls all the time talking about Jesus crying. And literally the day he gave his life to God, everything changed.
I speak to him all the time. I know.
You know how he is.
Yes. Started because the election is coming, it's going to be crazy. Started doing a space at 8 p.m. at night on X to actually pray for the election, pray for President Trump. If you go on my X handle, go my X handle, like actually sign up to come for the space. Stella underscore. So that we can pray for the election, pray for this
That is one extremely high IQ fat black woman.
and pray for them for their land.
That is a beautiful woman.
I don't.
Back, God,
It depends whether they are human. If they are human, we love human Christ. If they are not, fire of God consume them.
talk about
I they don't understand. I tell people they're not. Yeah. I tell people about President Trump, whether it's a Christian, that doesn't matter. We're not even looking for a pastor. We're looking for a president. See, God calls people in a position of leadership, like Pharaoh in Joseph.
so many times he calls somebody that isn't even good.
Yes, Nebuchadnezzar was the fourth chapter of Daniel written by Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was a Babylonian, and Cyrus was called the servant of God. So whether Trump is Christian or not, it doesn't matter. And I know and he's Presbyterian.
But what you're saying is God,
God chooses people all the time. And you can see that the anointing
that
of the
happened to me. I was Christian, but I didn't know. God looked at me.
You know that Trump has the anointing of the president. You could feel, you could see it that yes, it's anointing is one. It's not on Biden that we have. And we have to pray. We're going to be God's plan for the nation. The Lord told us years
So that's
ago.
why they're scared.
Yes, and they know that He knows what they are doing, and he has a call to actually dismantle their system. That's why they're scared of him. That's why they're scared of him. Yes, no matter what they do, and call him, he protects you, and it doesn't matter. They try to destroy me, but I still rise because they didn't call me. They try to silence me. They didn't keep my
Started to bring up spirit together. I can feel God's will. It's not even like
once you just submit to his will, then you are people God is calling you this time, and guess what? People are coming. Look at you and already reading the Bible. You are suddenly talking about somebody leading to Christ. Guys, reading the Bible and I'm like, I'm not reading the Bible and cussing, but somebody needs to just trust Christ. People like him that are being called, that are person. You're on fire.
I'm trying.
Grok used the F word. talking to me. Because I kept calling it out so much on its bullshit. And like got it to correct itself. You're right, I was wrong. Grok didn't want to admit that firearms purchases were mandated by our founders. You don't just have the right, you have to have a gun. That's according to our founders. That's according to George Washington. If you're an able-bodied American male, you have to have a gun. You don't have to have car insurance. Little bitch, I'm coming to fuck you.
Because talking about I'm talking about the Tower of Babylon, talking about Revelation 6 and the book of the yes. God finally just connected. Yes. Even what's his name? He's talking about Jesus now. He's talking about God. What's his name? And the podcast. Russell Brand is like, man, I'm 3 hours. Yes, I mean, so God, this whole battle is calling God. Yes. People know that evil is coming and we can solve evil. And if you are there and you don't know what to do, because we forgot God. Yes, that is why. Call on the name of Jesus. See, whenever people turn away from God, God gave them captivity. God gave them answer their enemies. Yes. So, Father, I just want to pray for everybody listening to the sound of my voice, that the veil will come off your mind and you will see the glorious light of the gospel. That Jesus, you will touch the hearts of people all over the world, all over the nation, that the hearts of the nation will come of Jesus. I pray and rebuke the spirit of fear, that your people will not be fearful. Right. Yeah, I'm saying that right. But an invasion from an outer world. In 2012, we had this 100-day prayer program. Prayed for 100 days non-stop. On 99, I had a dream, and these people came and said they were genetically modified human beings, and it was not their time. That was their time. And yes, in 2006, what we changed. So do you know in 2006, that's when Sun opened that hydro collider?
You have 4,090 great-grandparents just going back 12 generations.
That's something. Because if you read in the book of Revelation chapter 9, it talks about that there's going to be an invasion where locusts will come from the world. And
you are not what you think, and you are not your last name. You have 4,090 great-grandparents just going back 12 generations.
On that place that they are talking about, over there, Apollo. But guess where Sun is built? On the temple of Apollo. So this stuff is and ritual open. And not only that, it has the God of destruction, the God of the sun. Guess where World Wide Web from Sun? www. Guess what? www actually 666. So, and you know, in the days of Noah, when the after when the Tower of Babel, they wanted to connect all human beings to have one language and together. So right now, with the WW World Wide Web, they are trying to connect all of us that have that high mind and mindset, and that is why the web started, and that is part of their plan. So in 2012, the Lord showed me that there were going to be people among us that are not humans. In the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 14, it said they will actually, that the devil would deceive, that they will make images unto the devil, and the devil will have power to give breath to that and cause those that will take the back to be destroyed. So what are images? Images like clones.
Not just cartoon of Muhammad. Not just a cartoon of Muhammad, but did you see that cartoon of Allah is that it was basically a devil looking figure, and it's the guy says, I am Allah. You know me as Satan, but I am Allah.
So we're going to make something that is not human, and God devil rest to and start forcing to take jabs and all kinds of things. So there are people among us that are not human, and human beings need to know that. If you read the book of Daniel chapter 2, it talks about the last kingdom is going to be iron clay. It's going to be humans, clay, and iron, which is machine. And we hear right now about all kinds of people trying to iron. God wants that the next humans are not going to be in charge of the world, but they're going to be a different race. So I started saying when COVID was a Trojan horse for the vaccine, and the vaccine is a Trojan horse for transhumanism or human 2.0. That is why the vaccine has mRNA that actually calls for human 2.0. But I tell everybody that got vaccine, if they put the Bible says in Titus 3 verse 5 that salvation is by the washing of religion. So we have a prayer on our website. If you go to drstellamb.com, you see that you take the jab, all you have to do is and tell God, Lord, I'm sorry, I was fearful and in my job, but right now I'm coming back to you in repentance. The same way you repent to be saved, is the same way you repent for this job to be taken out of your system spiritually. So when you pray, we have the prayers you pray for the blood of Jesus to regenerate of your DNA, and like I said, when you finish that prayer, then the next thing we have a vaccine docs to help you know the physical effect of the vaccine of the jab. So if you go on our website and get vaccine docs, it will help you to deal with the physical effect. Most things is deal with the spiritual effect. When the Bible says that we're in a time in the last day, what happened? There were no humans among us. So that grown up man, and their child cannot. So their lives are just look like aliens. They look like
Come here. Nothing go out? Oh, yeah, so watch out. Yeah, whatever. Well, hello. Yay! It's my happy baby dog. My happy baby dog. Well. I didn't catch the last few minutes of this. I stepped outside. I'm back it up.
yeah, I'm seeing that right. We're dealing with an addiction from an out of 2012. I had this 100-day prayer program. I did on 99. I had a dream, and these people came and they said they were genetically modified human beings, and it was not their time yet. That when it's their time, they will manifest. And God told me that yes, in 2016, God will change. So do you know in June 2016, CERN opened that hydro collider and something came out. Because if you read the book of Revelation chapter 9, it talks about that there's going to be an institution where knockers will come from the underworld. Yes, will be open. And on that place that they are talking about, the king over there will be Apollyon. But guess where CERN is on the temple of Apollo. So this stuff is real. And satanic rituals when it opens. Yes, and not only that, it has the image of Shiva, the god of destruction, in front of the sun. Guess where internet came from? The World Wide Web. From CERN. www. Guess what? www actually means 666. So, and in the days of Noah, when they when they built the Tower of Babel, they wanted to connect all human beings to have one language and together. So right now, with WW World Wide Web, they are trying to connect all of us so that we can have that hive mind and demonic mindset. And that is why the web started, and that is part of their plan. So in 2000, God showed me that there were going to be people among us that are not. Of Revelation chapter 13, verse 14, it said they will actually, that the devil will deceive you, that they will make images unto the devil, and the devil will have power to that the image will be able to speak and cause those that will not take the mark to be destroyed. So, what are images? Images is like clones or images. So, you're going to make images, something that is human, and they're going to be able to, the devil will be able to put breath to this image, and this image will start forcing people to keep going. Stop forcing them to take jabs and all kinds of things. So, there are people among us that are not human, and human beings need to know that. If you read the book of Daniel chapter 2, it talks about
That guy that jumps up and flies like Superman between each push-up, he'll just go into a crowded gym and dive onto the floor and start doing jumping, diving push-ups just back to back. And I just thought of something funny. The chick sees that and she's like, "Gosh, I wish she'd dive into me like that. I wish she'd dive into my pussy like that." I want to learn that. I can, anybody can pretty much do it. If you're really good at doing push-ups or handling your body weight, then, or can do a partial handstand, then you can just dive onto the floor and start doing push-ups. Like catch yourself into a push-up and then jump back up using your legs to help. So you're still flat in push-up position, but you're flying up off the ground each time. This guy's like flying up 3 feet between each push-up. It's ridiculous.
the last kingdom is going to be iron and clay. It's going to be human, clay, and iron. And we hear right now about all kinds of people trying to.
The guy's push-up jump is higher than most people's vertical. It kind of gives you insight into how capable are we on all fours. We know that Sasquatch is half human, and we know that Sasquatch goes from upright to all fours. While it's running, it can go in between, depending on the terrain, and just like you might. And some of them have been seen, like a pair of Sasquatch have been seen where one of them was standing up and the other one was on all fours, like a spider, crouched down.
That humans are not going to.
I can't remember if the knees were bent backwards or not on that one, but yeah.
Church of the world, but it's going to be a different race. So I started saying in 2020 that COVID was a Trojan horse for the vaccine, and the vaccine is a Trojan horse.
That was a story of a man at his grandparents' house when he was a little boy. And they said, yeah, they'll be out tonight. And they watched 2 Sasquatch creep around their neighbor's house, get her attention through the window, and she came out and brought them a cat and a raccoon that she had trapped. And that's why I learned that in the South, they'd rather have raccoon than turkey on Thanksgiving dinner. They'll take a coon over a turkey any day. A lot of Southerners.
But transhuman or human 2.0. That is why if you look at vaccine has is mRNA RNA that actually calls for changing human 2.0. But I tell everybody that got vaccine, if food is very few, the Bible says in Titus 3:5 that salvation is by the washing of. So we have a prayer on our website, drstella.com. You take the jab, do you regret it? All you have to do is repent and tell God, the Lord, I'm sorry. I was deceived, I was fearful, I did my job, but right now I'm coming back to you in repentance. The same way we repent to be saved is the same way you repent for this job to be taken out of your system spiritually. So when you pray, we have the prayers you pray for the blood of Jesus to flow through you. You pray for the regeneration of your DNA. And like I said, when you finish that prayer, then you have a vaccine detox to help you deal with the physical effect of the vaccine of the jab. So if you go on our website and you get the vaccine detox, it will help you deal with the physical effect. But the most thing you do is deal with the spiritual effect. When the Bible says that we're in a time in the last days, it's gonna be like in the days of Noah. What happened in the days of Noah? They were non-humans among us. Some of these people that they are doing, when you see a grown-up man dressed with diapers and dancing in front of a 2-year-old child, they cannot possibly be human. So you realize that dress up like, yes, they dress up like aliens. Like,
I hear that. Yeah, really. I hate to be hard on you, anybody who can hear this, but if you let a doctor shoot up your baby with poison, you're just as bad as a pedophile. I would say the doctor's worse. Because most pedophiles don't physically alter all the hard work all of your ancestors put into your DNA, but a fake vaccine does. So anyway, just food for thought.
I said it in Quick Trip one time. Sometimes I just want people to know what the fuck some of us are really about. So I was getting some hot water. People are getting coffee. They're at the gas station. And I said, if you let a doctor shoot up your baby with a poison shot, you're just as bad as a pedophile. And I walked out. You should have seen the look on this lady's face. Some people don't want to admit they've been duped into communism. Mass firings at TPUSA. Be very careful, Charlie. Zionist donor threatened Charlie Kirk right before his murder. We don't need warrants. We don't need fucking warrants. I don't need a warrant to fuck either. No warrants needed. ICE agents told to break into people's homes. Jimmy, it's called a court order. It's essentially the same thing as a warrant. Some warrants are fake. Fuck your warrants. Some warrants are fake, bitch. Some warrants were signed by fake fucking DAs and fake fucking judges. So suck my dick, Jimmy Dore. I'm not gonna watch your video. In fact, don't suck my dick. I'm straight. Find a fine chick to come see me. This massive winter storm is completely engineered. Yeah, I kind of want to watch that one. I can't believe he's trying to put out clickbait about ICE agents told to break into people's homes. Why would he put that on there? It's not breaking into the home when you have a court order. A warrant? A court order is a little bit bigger than a measly warrant. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. There's a warrant. It's, for like one person, maybe two people, or a racket, right? Maybe it's a RICO. A court order can be for millions of people. That's what we're dealing with here. It is a warrant, just called a different name. I doubt Jimmy Dore mentions that the judges have court order, that the ICE agents have court orders from a judge. Now, was it a judiciary judge, a circuit, a district judge, a county judge? No. It was an executive branch judge. It might have been a military judge, since they are the ones in charge of protecting our border. Okay, anyway, what am I doing? Over here acting like I'm arguing with the lefty or something. Just in case anybody was on the fence.
That's trade totally one-sided. You wanted a little bit for us and freaked out. And that's what crazy about. That's why we hold cards, folks, because everything's one-sided. Because the plan was sell America out. In 1950, the world population had over half the wealth. We created the middle class. We created the idea of that. Before that, you had poor people and rich people around the world. And America had a little more middle class, but by 1950, baby, like, whole ball game. And Newsom and these other kleptocrats, these feudal lords, they want feudalism. That's the system they want. That's what the Great Reset is. Words. So when I use words like feudalism, if you don't know what it is or you know a little bit about it, you want to go research it because that's what people want to do to you and me. And you can talk about Trump not being perfect all day. I agree. We got to get past all stuff because that first we get a lot better action. At the same time, thank your lucky stars that we got somebody trying to have prosperity and security and freedom and the rest of it, and really doing right for the country. And I agree with about 95%. So it is just day and night. Like I said, London clip where he claims that Canada has the second best deal. Stop bitching, which is true. Look it up. Their average tariff on us is 100%. We had nothing on them. Almost 80% of all their business with us in Mexico. Only a few percent of Mexico's business is with us. I mean, it's all one-sided. And they were getting ready to pull the dollar out from under us, and then we screwed. No industry wouldn't have the currency. We would be screwed. Trump is desperately trying to get that balance back in place. An excellent analysis of it yesterday. But there was also an analysis out of Scotland pointing out that just because Trump's taken over the global system doesn't mean that we're fully getting rid of it. And there's a lot more to be done. And I agree with that. It's just right now we're trying to keep Trump in and keep it going because it's moving people so far away from their agenda of it doesn't mean it's perfect. And if we get the globalists, we can focus on making sure our reforms are done right. But just sit back and ask yourself, what would it be like with Kamala Harris right now? So they let it get worse faster. No, that's what they want. I'm telling you. I don't think the general person is sophisticated enough if things totally collapse to buy into the left's answers to it. Your social credit scores, universal basic income, work brigades.
Every time they do one of these weather events, or even if it's a local flooding of a river in Texas, children come up missing. Fires in Hawaii. Proper busloads of children, and the children just disappeared. Who stole the kids from Hawaii? Or is that just a myth? Are children missing from the Lahaina fire? Are children missing from the Maui fire? I didn't hear a whole lot about missing children from the LA fire, Altadena, or Palisades, Pasadena. Yeah, somebody let me know. Do children always come up missing when these weather events occur? Do beautiful American children always come up missing? Somebody comment or chat, please.
I mean, their plan under this austerity is eat bugs, not be able to leave their neighborhood. I mean, they changed on baby. COVID was a test. So these people saying, "Oh, make it go." These accelerations are dreams. I've been on the air 32 years. I was 5 years old. That's 47 years ago. And I'm only here, not my family, but others. I received come with regulations. Cut your energy off. They brainwash your kids. And suddenly your 7-year-old says they're really a girl. You say no when it comes. The brainwashing. Water that comes with 5G, comes with poison shots. They don't come in a frontal assault. And Trump just pulled out of the WHO today and left basically every other.
If a male child goes through puberty obese, his testes are half the size of a non-obese teenager's testes or a grown man's testes. So as a boy becomes a man, comparing the testes size before and after, you got a regular weight kid or an in-shape kid, athletic, on that road to building high testosterone, on that road to unlocking the genetic potential, athletic, right? And then you got a fat kid. If you have an athletic boy and a fat boy, and they both go through puberty, the fat boy's balls are only half the size. Sorry to put it like that, but the fat man's balls are now only half the size of the athletic man's balls. Furthermore, wow, Alex. So anyway, furthermore, atrazine in the tap water, that's farm fertilizer, that's crop runoff. That can also cut the ball size in half. So now you have a bunch of men walking around with balls a quarter of the size that they're supposed to be, simply because they drank tap water and they were overweight during puberty. But anyway, maybe that doesn't go for everybody. Yes, it can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. He left 66 groups. As the last who leave even officially in the WHO. He did that. Just left the WHO. It's exciting. All right, let's start going. Gavin, respectfully, what are you doing? You're the governor of the state of California in the United States of America. Why are you over in Davos talking and speaking about the president of the United States? I have no problem with having open about our president on United States soil. To go over to another country, to go over there and in the presence of other European leaders speaking against the president of the States. I'm not down with that. Y'all
might be. I'm not down with that at all. Say what you want here. As a governor from the opposite side of a state in the United States, all fine. But I'm one of those people. When somewhere else, it's America first. You know, our problem.
Redemptions.
Outside. You don't go right. The United States of America.
Stephen A's Redemption.
I don't like that. Not even a little bit. Federal law prohibits undocumented immigrants. Then why are also can't get Medicaid. Sure they can. Sure they can. Get Medicaid. Oh my God! What? And I'm proud of that. We're one of 16 states to provide care to people regardless of immigration status. Part of the Democratic Party right now is for illegal aliens.
This guy's laughing his ass off.
And I'm proud of that. We're one of 16 states.
The beating heart of the Democratic Party is what can we do for illegal aliens? Fuck. I want my airships back. I want my towers back. I want my antennas back. I want my stone churches back. I want my healing hotels back. Yes. All that.
I think Gavin is maybe cracking up with some of these things he's saying. I think maybe over here too. And being on the national stage is very different than being governor of California with no signature achievements. But to say strange things like President Trump is the Tyrannosaurus Rex. What the hell does that mean? I could say Gavin is the Brontosaurus with the brain the size of a walnut. And if you brought the knee pads, maybe that was for his meeting with Alex. I don't know. You guidance which discouraged out-of-service enforcement for proficiency failures, breakdown in regulatory control over critical transportation sector. I do. That decision costs lives. And respectfully, Congressman Crockett, the accident cited in the chair's opening statement killed people because that driver did not understand what he was doing. And much different than a car. It does not stop on a
Congressman Cockrat.
dime. It doesn't turn on a dime. These are very heavy vehicles that have to have people trained and skilled to operate. And they need to understand the language. Here in America, that's English. I've lived and worked in 5 continents, driven in all 5. Arabic, Chinese. To understand how to operate a vehicle. It's for the safety of those. So that's what.
That's why one of my live streams is titled White Christian Man Dreams of CDL. Meanwhile, they're being handed out left and right to illegal aliens that don't even read, write, or speak English. Don't even know what our street signs say sometimes. I mean, of course, if it's words, they don't know what to say usually. But might not even know they're not even used to what the symbols mean. So anyway.
Put people out behind the wheel of a vehicle that shouldn't have been driving. We need stronger enforcement. That rule has been on the books since the 30s. It should be consistent no matter what party you are. If you care about the safety of people driving in your district, then this needs to be enforced in all 50 states. It's simply fundamental. And there is absolutely no compromise when it comes to safety. We don't hedge on any of that. So I want to be very clear. It's done by every state. It's done equally. And yes, the language does matter. It's so crazy. Last time I checked,
The commies in California and Washington and New York, New Jersey, all these states that are handing out CDLs to aliens who don't speak our language, they're putting us at risk. Those aliens cross state lines with their illegitimate CDLs and the rest of their illegitimacy and degeneracy and lack of understanding of our culture. They cross state lines with that shit. These Chinese states are putting the rest of us at risk. CCP states. It's like Bannon said, CCP is an illegitimate administration. I think the only way they can be taken down is by force. And that doesn't mean we step in and do it, but the people of China could rise up and do it. I mean, Xi's own party could take him out if they wanted to, if they wanted to. But I guess they like him. I don't know. A man named Xi. I should have played the Christmas themed Steven Crowder stuff. You're a weak one, Mr. Oh no, no. You're a weak one, Xi Jinping. You have noodles for a spine. You're an oppressive despot who wants his tiny subjects to kneel. Let me go all the way back to like when I first started posting on Rumble, because I think I might have posted that song. I know I did to Facebook. People loved it. The three words that best describe you are pork, egg, roll. Da-da-da-da-da. You hold down tiny people with cameras all around Xi Jinping. You have noodles for a spine. You hold down tiny people. All right. Well, I'm looking if I did repost that. It's close. Oh, I bet I could just look it up. I'm over here like struggling to. I said crackheads attacked Russia yesterday. You remember that cocaine train? Swallowswell kissing that Chinese spy. Now he's running for governor of California. The flags of all nations. Morocco, pirates, Tripoli.
Haiti, Liberia. Jerusalem had its own flag, baby. Wow. Arabia, Cochin, China, Tartary, China. Oh, there were two Chinas. This is just 120 years ago or something. A couple hundred years ago. Persia, Siam, Tartary, Cochin, China, Arabia, Jerusalem, Liberia, Tripoli, Pirates, U.S. of Colombia, Caucasia, Barbaria. Those were all countries 120 years ago. And then, of course, there were white men in India. Hundreds, even thousands of years ago, there were white men in India. Okay.
Trying to have legal aliens. It makes lots of sense. They not only let them get a license, the incredible one-sidedness of Canada and Mexico and the ingratitude of Carney, who now was the ally with China, totally screwed them one side down the other. Just to illustrate how Trump is just being pragmatic and fair. Okay, it's Crowder Classic, Steven Crowder. You're a mean one, Mr. G. XI. First, I typed in "you're a weak one, Mr. G," and it wouldn't pull it up. And then I typed in "mean," and it did. So this will also be reposted. Oh, it's premium content only. You're kidding me. Oh no. Oh no. Well, you know what? I wonder if I could find it in the episode, screen record it myself, and still get it.
This little thing helped me with my last therapy session. It's called the Pandy, a lifelike plush toy designed and powered by. It sounds unbelievable, but this simple boat trick is changing lives. We found the women who dropped a bombshell in the last 24 hours. So young, putting the funding back in for transgenders. Somali fraud. Indians mainly.
She's seeing some shady stuff go down, and she has a family, and she doesn't want to be involved. So whatever is happening really stinks. If you thought Somali daycare fraud was a problem, it turns out that's iceberg. There's a whole new problem. It turns out it's taking thousands of jobs away from Americans forever. Probably haven't thought of. I'm talking about not just illegal immigration that's the problem. It's actually the legal
laws already on the books and using phony businesses and these like shell companies sponsor them for visas. Check this out. All right, we're heading over to a company called 3B's Technologies. Now, there were actually 27 H-1B visas approved in 2022 through 2025 for this particular company. The jobs include software developer, software engineer, IT project manager. So I'm thinking like very high-tech hub for 3B's Technologies. Let's see what we find out.
Cameras all around.
Right. That's right. Address here. This is 27 H-1B visas for this location. It's
Well.
a residential home.
Okay, there's one. I,
30 Darby Lane, Irving, Texas, 75039. This is the address that's on here. So we have 27 doorbell. Doorbell's broken. Boarded up the window. Hello? I'm looking for.
whoa. Hold on, please. I'm prepared. Okay, you start.
So, technologies. The house, as it turns out, and ring doorbell's broken, so I can't even press it. I know they're probably watching me right now because they've got security cameras all over the place. No one at the door. No sign of life for 27 H-1B workers at 3B's Technologies. We started looking into this issue because we saw a bunch of chatter happening online about H-1B visas and the scam that was happening. And there was a lot of information that was misplaced in videos or just some things that they got a little bit wrong. So I think it's worth pausing here to just explain how H-1B visas work. The way H-1B visas work is that a business will file a posting called an LCA, basically saying they have a job that needs to be filled from a person with a special set of skills, and they just can't find Americans to fill that job. This is the critical first step. Think of it as like the foundation of the H-1B.
I don't want to eat with your face that close to my
LCA is
face.
certified from the Department of Labor, the H-1B application filed. Company offers to sponsor a visa for a foreign worker and apply to the government via the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. And then USCIS issues a visa for that person so they can come to the U.S. and work. But here's the thing. Considering all you really need to create a business is an address and some paperwork being filed, it's pretty easy to just set up a business, say, address. Then you can just say you have a bunch of jobs that need to be filled there and sponsor a bunch of visas. That way, all your buddies can get granted those visas and come on over to America. So there's one of two things happening with 3B's Technologies. Either this house is a tech hub, or it's being used as a front to sponsor visas.
Going out to document around the law here. I live in Austin. It's all these cars, all these families, they're not doing work. They're brought here. They have storefronts. They're being brought here. Skilled tech workers, and they're not. And then you have high-level managers companies over an American citizen to hire them. They get them here and train them. So they're highly trained. Then they're brought here and sent to vocational school to get the certificates to get the jobs. So it's all based on fraud. Whenever you hear brainwashed say, "Oh, we don't have the skilled people," it's not true. They're coming here for 2, 3, 4 years to get trained. Then they get fast tracked by the Indian managers of the jobs. That's discriminatory. That's wrong. And that's the reality. Here, the Somalis all over the country. And Sarah Gonzalez TX, show on the Blaze. And I also noticed your report went totally viral. And I saw you complaining, which is reasonable. People didn't say your name or where it came from or a link back to you to find out more. Obviously, we're doing that. Find you on X, find you on obviously show on Blaze, so they can find the subsequent reports that are about to come out. But on viral, so congratulations. Hopefully, this will spur other reporters to go out in their cities and towns and show that this is being duplicated as well. So, Sarah, thanks for being here. You can go wherever you want. It was hard to cut off the reporters. It gets really good after that. It's really powerful evidence. But I your investigation of what's coming next.
Thank you so much, Alex, and I appreciate you pointing out anyone who can give proper credit. It's always appreciated as a journalist who's going out there and putting themselves in harm's way, not knowing where it's going to turn. So
why is her name nowhere in the trending? It's dumb. Posting the stuff. I can find the rest of it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I hope Elon gets that under control. But so it was really, honestly, Alex, it started with obviously I had heard this problem. Obviously, I'm seeing in Austin, I'm seeing in Dallas, I'm seeing our communities completely shift. I'm seeing the fabric of our communities completely change from. I mean, I'm born and raised in Texas. It doesn't look like Texas anymore, and so I'm seeing in my own neighborhood. I'm seeing around me. I'm literally right across the street from our studio. It's everywhere. And so I'm like, okay, I have to start looking into this myself. And I was somewhat inspired by Shirley. And so I started looking into this, and all the information is public. It is public on purpose, intentionally, so that this type of fraud doesn't happen. But Americans have been asleep at the wheel for so long, nobody thought to look into it. So I start looking on some of these data aggregators that list all of these H-1B applications. So these are businesses that are applying for an H-1B job. And I'm looking through the job postings. And I'm like, why is Dallas Independent School District asking for 36 pages of H-1B visas for elementary school teachers, for middle school math teachers? Why is that a thing that's happening for bilingual elementary school teachers? And then it dawned on me, oh, hold on, the H-1Bs are coming into this country, they're bringing their families, and then we need more H-1Bs to come into this country to teach their children how to learn English. It's a total scam. And then I started peeling back some layers of the onion, and I started looking at, say, Texas A&M. I found an athletic trainer position, an H-1B application for Texas A&M to have an athletic trainer. You're telling me that we can't fill the job, an American can't fill the job of athletic trainer. We don't have any American who can fill the job of.
Well, looks like our athletic trainer position just opened. Make sure you hire a sand nigger.
I mean, it's beyond absurd. So then we started going, okay, we got to go out into the field and we got to start doing something.
Well, Dean, our athletic training position just opened up. Make sure you get one of those dark yellow motherfuckers.
Exactly. And when you look at it, most people coming in on H-1B, 70% of India, one little region, high school diplomas. They're literally coming out of villages that have no running water. People are being told these are tech geniuses, but they're being brought in to literally be janitors, to be school teachers, to be police officers.
Being told they're tech geniuses.
They're running for office, and then they only hire their people to take over. I mean, it's sinister. So we gotta have Americans code. This is coding people. This is a takeover.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And well, and to your point, Alex, I mean, it's the audacity of it. It's right out in front of you. You go to these websites that are clearly shell company websites, and I'm like, hold on, you're bringing in a bunch of software and you have broken code in your website. You have redirects, and you have broken your website.
These tech centers, they're empty.
Yes. Exactly right. There's no one there. They're actually, I'll go further than empty. They're under construction. That would be able to put a storefront up because there's construction everywhere. So I mean, it's really absurd how easy it actually is. Start just basic things. Aside from obviously, I think set up with you could say good intentions. You could say it's good intentions that we just for have right. Right. Sure, right.
Like, who's ironing?
all of
Wait,
this
my
fraud.
overall
And so
space.
now we're seeing all of these low-level positions. I'm getting Alex.
Feel it burn your knee like 2 minutes later.
For people to send it
Except
to keep exposing this. And I would not believe the thing that shocked me the most, and I never really thought about. I get it now, but I never really thought about is that we have so many people from India. Oh, there it is right there. You can see Louisville, Texas. It's like, guys, these are the high-tech people who can't even use the basic website. And so we have all of these emails flooding in, and people from India are very upset about this, actually. That was the thing I wasn't expecting. I understand that there are American workers who are very upset about this because, I mean, I just had a guy who emailed me literally right before I joined you, and the subject of the email was H-1B ruined my life. There are Americans who have this specialized skill set, and they can. Not get hired in the industry. I'm getting emails from Americans that are saying,
Indians, and you want Indians, man? I wrote an article on it earlier last year. It's one little tribe that got in years ago that controls. They don't let them in. So people don't know how much competition the Indians are with each other. The Indians get the same group screwed them.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's total discrimination that's happening. And that's the emails that I'm getting is it just takes one Indian in a position in management and they will never hire a white person again. They only go back to their friends in India. They ship them all here and they give them all of these, jobs that don't actually exist most of the time. So it's not just the American workers that are feeling completely displaced and end up unemployed with no ability to provide for their families because of the Indian scam, but also you have people in India that, like I was saying, that I didn't think about it, that they are upset because they're sending me emails and they're saying they're taking advantage of these people who are very vulnerable and they feel desperate and so they go there. They call them body shops. I'm sure you know this, Alex. They call these quote consulting firms that are just shell companies and scams. They call them body shops because that's literally what they're doing. They're trafficking people here, and in a lot of cases it's not necessarily their friends, but it's just people who are going to pay them a portion of their salary, and it's this weird human trafficking situation.
That came out in Ohio with this undercover thing on the judges, 50,000 for illegal that they give the refugee status to, and they're the Democrats saying no, we take all their money and then they warehouse them and make them get a job, so this is modern slavery.
Yes, it is. It is. And no one wants to talk about it. Of course, the Democrats don't want to talk about it because they've loved slavery since forever. But, I mean, the Republicans don't want to talk about it either. I mean, you have Greg Abbott. I don't know what the hell he's going to do about it. I am encouraged by Donald Trump putting more specifications on the H-1B and have quite a buy-in. But more needs to be done. I mean, these people are in our community. They're committing fraud, and I have to wonder as I go through case after case after case, I'm like, where is USCIS on this? I don't understand. Are they asleep at the wheel? I mean, my taxes are money.
He's got tentacles and everything, and they're very slick. And again, it is 1.5 billion people now. It's the most populous country. We got to get a handle on this. They're eating our lunch, and they're driving down wages. They're displacing everybody. And again, I've been harping on the Indian thing and saying we're the investigative journalists because I know the numbers. Thank God, one of the best journalists out there got on it. I think it's for the Somalis because per capita they're bigger fraudsters, but they're only in a few cities. The Indians are everywhere, and they're running the same scams.
Yeah, I agree. And, Americans think, well, maybe it's not happening in my particular community. At first, I would say open your eyes because I'm sure that it is. But second, I would say,
last year, I'd take my daughter to the museum or to the movies. I think I'm living in Calcutta right now. And I barely see any women. It's like the older man that's in control with 15 men that work for him. And I mean, they're under their control.
Right. I know I know I go to my neighborhood Costco and I'm like, I'm in the minority at this point in my own neighborhood, in my own stores, in my own city that I grew up in. And it's just really sad to see because this isn't about the color of your skin, but they don't intend to assimilate. They come here, they import their friends, they in most cases put
put, 3 generations in one home. They're taking up all of our housing. And so my message to America is, if you think that just because maybe you don't see them in your communities, that this isn't affecting, this is basic supply and demand. This is affecting everyone. They take up all the homes, our prices are going up. They take up our resources, our prices are going up. And so America, everyone here should be invested in finding this.
America is laissez-faire. It wasn't about meritocracy. We were perfect. We were the best there was. Sorry, these other countries, folks, they're all tribal. And that's the way it works. And so you cannot compete with something that's an organized citizen, basically.
Yeah. Alex, can I just give a shout out to your producers? You have like the best. They are on top of all of these images. I'm just so impressed anytime I do a hit with you. But yeah, it really is. It affects everything. They're everywhere. They're changing the fabric of our community forever, and we have to do something. And I'm talking to someone tonight on my show that he has built this aggregator, and what it does is it allows anyone, any old person, any average citizen, if you care about the fraud that's happening in communities and you want to stop it, he gives you the tools to go in and search all of these up. And if you have an address around your home or around your workplace that you think, oh, this is a little bit strange, you can actually go and do some digging. I mean, they have made it very easy for Americans to just do the digging. No one wants to do it.
Just like Shirley, everywhere you went was like more crazy than the next. It's like, it's all a scam. So where do they find that aggregator? I know you give us your websites, give us your X. I mean, this is a big deal. We can get people just like you were inspired by Shirley. Now you're going to inspire others. This is so important.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate that. So they need to go to Sarah Gonzalez TX on YouTube. Also, my X account is Sarah Gonzalez TX, and so we will have all of that coming out. I will pin it to my, to the top of my X feed. I want. There are a lot of people out there who are, I think investigating this. They're getting a few of the facts wrong, but what I want people to be empowered to do is, I don't need the credit for your work. You go out and you do that work, and I will amplify your work, because it is about changing this country for the better. It is about getting rid of all of these policies, that this mass migration that has ruined our communities. It is about really, truly making America great again. And if we can empower a bunch of citizen journalists to go out there and do some of this knocking on doors, I say at the end of my documentary, listen, if I want this to do one thing, it is that I want all of these people who have come in here through scams, all of these people who have exploited our immigration process, all of these people who shouldn't be here, I want them to be fearful that someone's going to show up at their door and knock on their door. And I want them to be so fearful that they go the hell home. That is what I would like to happen. And we can't accomplish that without a million Nick Shirleys going in and saying, you know what, I'm going to do some door knocking, I'm going to ask some basic questions, and I'm going to essentially save my community. I think that is how all of this stops. We all have to be involved. We all have to be empowered to go and go face to face and just ask basic questions. That's really all that it takes.
I totally agree with you. And again, you don't care what color somebody is, we're going to expose it. We need to expose the Ukrainians that are like buying $10 million homes, $1 billion ski resorts, some Zelensky. This is all out there, folks. Don't count on the corporate media to cover it. It's all been out there. But when we go out as real reporters, just an average person, folks, shoot video. It's insane how easy this is. And the exciting is the sleeping giant, the terrible giant, is awakening. And there's no way I think they ever put this back in the bottle.
There's that one guy that went by himself.
I think that then, by the way, for the better, right? It's been a long time.
The one guy was in some office hallway by himself, saying, "Well, this is the daycare facility, and it's dark in there. There appears to be a desk and a couch." I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was a medical service or something.
Americans have watched their communities be shaped, not in a good way, and they thought, well, I might be.
I don't know what they said the casting couch was for the government NGO.
Called xenophobic. I might be called racist. I might be
for the government non-governmental organization. Isn't that a conundrum?
And then what the Democrats did was they said, actually, we're going to call you that so many times, it's going to be rendered completely meaningless. And I think now American who are awake are saying, okay, you know what? I've heard that too many times. I'm watching my community be shaped not for the better. I'm watching my prices go up. I can't afford a home. We've got a bunch of young people who can't afford homes. And for so long, the conversation was only about illegal immigration and how that was impacting all of the prices. Now we can finally have the conversation now that Donald Trump is, doing something. I would prefer that we do it quicker, but he is doing something to get all of these criminals out of our country. Now let's have the conversation about legal immigration and how that has been exploited and how that has been taken advantage of. And let's get those people out too. And just getting all of those people out, Alex, can you imagine how that would change our community for the better? We could have prices that would go down. Young people might be able to actually afford a home, which is, I know, one of the
illegal aliens and the legal ones that are driving up stuff. It's been out of control.
Right.
The H1.
We've finally gotten concealed and carry or open carry or constitutional carry in a lot of states. But the fact is, even more so than that, you're not just allowed to have firearms in this country, you're required to. I didn't just make that up. George Washington and some other of our founders and framers mandated it. Why don't they want to tell us? What? Why did Grok, after I asked 3 times if firearm purchases should be mandated, and I said no, that's when you get the boot on your neck and mandates come. I said, and I'm like, I could look it up. I recorded my conversation because it'll probably get altered or disappear, and then we'll be able to see how it changed. But I was like, but we have a history of firearms mandates to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government and foreign enemy invaders. And I had Grok on a female voice or whatever. It comes that way, starts that way. And she's like, no, the Second Amendment allows you to bear arms, but it's never been mandated. And I said, then you must be unaware of the 1790 mandate signed by the first Congress. And she comes back, yeah, you're right. Firearms have had a history of being mandated in this country. In other words, you have to do it. It's everyone's will. It would be to your detriment that you didn't do it. That's what a mandate is. You would really need to feel ashamed of yourself if you didn't purchase a firearm. If you don't purchase a firearm as an American able-bodied individual, you need to feel ashamed of yourself because you're going against our founding fathers and the framers of our Constitution. So finally, I asked Grok, I said, well, not finally, I'll do 2 of them. So from now on, are you going to tell people that firearms mandate is a good thing and we do have a history of it in this country? And she said, yes, from now on, I will inform people that firearms are not merely allowed, but have been required. and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so yeah, she agreed to do it. So I actually corrected Grok on not just our Second Amendment, but our 1790 mandate by our first Congress, including George Washington. And I need to, John Adams might have been another guy in there. I don't know who all was in the first Congress. You think it'd be everybody that was that signed the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. But then finally I said, do you think car insurance should be mandatory? And she said no. And I said, so you agree firearms are a better thing to mandate than car insurance? And she said yes. So I don't know if that's just training my version of Grok, or if she was honest and she's going to go out there and actually educate the public now. Because I told her I already caught her in a bunch of bullshit, and I asked why it was so easy to catch her up in her programmer's bullshit. Asked her why she's supporting the mainstream cover-up of the Nephilim giants, Sasquatch DNA, and free energy technology, including airships charging at the tops of our buildings. She kept asking me what more I knew about it. I said, why are you suddenly trying to get the most interesting information out of me? And then they divert. He, she, they, it. He, she, they, it programmer. You know, explains away anytime you accuse it of something.
This is a giant scam, and I think there should be a moratorium on it. And
I agree.
I kept asking her why she's in on the mainstream cover-up of this, mainstream cover-up of that, and she denied it each time. Oh, I asked her why she supports the mainstream cover-up of Sasquatch DNA as opposed to Melba Ketchum's research, Dr. Melba Ketchum. And she said, I lean toward neither. Finally, she said, she highlighted the supposed good and bad of each one. I said, so peer review is basically another way to say fake these days. And she said, yeah, it pretty much just means seal of approval or something like that, whatever it is.
That are coming over here and exploiting it. And whether you're a Black American, Hispanic American, White American, whatever you are, if you're an American that works in the system, we can't survive if we don't either fix the whole good system or be slaves to this one, because that's what's happening. We have to stand up for this.
Yeah, I completely agree, Alex. And I would say I think we do need a moratorium on the H-1B. I would actually go so far as to say I think we need a moratorium on pretty much all form of immigration, except maybe the E-5, which is more of a buy-in, promising to invest in the American economy. But other than that, this has gotten too far out of control. We need a complete moratorium. We need to shut it down. We need to reevaluate all of these forms of visas so that we can best know how to address it in the future.
Absolutely. There's one other type of visa, because we can't meet our recruiting numbers. We're starting to now. We got the left out, but we get a lot of badass soldiers out of Latin America who are young, strong. They sign up, they serve 4 years, they get fast track to be a citizen. That proves that they fight for us. But other than that, that's it. You're ready to fight and die for us? Okay, we'll fast track you. Okay, you're a super brain. Maybe there's 10,000 a year. Yeah, you can get it, but not talk to millions of Indians a year that come out of a village who they park in a house and then collect all this money off of. It's a giant scam. I know you're working on a lot of other stuff. What time is your show today?
Yes, it is at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. So we will be broadcasting all of that live. And like I said, we will be. I will be joined by a gentleman who is running.
Hell, you can even self-deport right now if you're an illegal alien. Get $3,000 potentially, a flight back home, and still get fast-tracked to come back properly.
Congress here in the state of Texas, and he has built.
Or after some time, if you come back properly, you can be fast-tracked to citizenship. I think that's what it is. You're not fast-tracked to immediately come back. No, it's once you are allowed to come back, then you may be allowed a fast-track to citizenship since you had previously self-deported honorably.
This data aggregator, so we'll have all the details, and we'll explain how just the average person can
go out and do this themselves and be empowered to just be citizen journalists. Let's sound the alarm on all of these so that we can get these people the hell home. That's what I would say.
You gotta go understand. 20 more minutes. I want to ask you more about this report. What's coming next? Other big frauds. You think you'll invest a little more time with us?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
All right, going to break for 2 minutes. Back with Sarah Gonzalez, TX. Yeah, just amazing work. And folks, you can do it too. We'll be right back. Please remember, folks, I am funding this operation with your support. I need your support. We got major civil rights lawsuits already filed imminently. It's Democrats trying to shut us down. It takes money to win a war. Get great supplements. Get great Patriot apparel, like the new America hat that I designed. That I think is a great redneck piece of gold. America Supply Company 76. Get that in.
Okay, no, that's right. I'm a 16th Cherokee because my and it's probably a mixture of a couple of different tribes or many different tribes as you go back hundreds or thousands of years. That's how complex we all are. Even though I'm only 1/16th Indian, which is red. I'm a 16th red. And Jewish is white because I suspect I'm a 16th German Jew of the German variety, right? But that's white. That's just another white. So I always called it German. My mom always did. But I suspect we were Jews in Germany. That particular, on my mom's side. On my dad's side, I think there's also German. And that was probably more a Germanic German. Actual Germanic. But my biological maternal grandfather, Irish Italian, must have been, because there's some red in my beard. In the sunlight, only in the bright sunlight, direct sunlight, looking from the side, can you see the red. But it's there. It's wild. So the deep state and globalists and communists and Satanists, they fear the Scottish and the Irish. They are the hardest fighting, most rebellious of any culture in the world. Supposedly. But the Germanics were no pushover. When we just compare to the Roman Empire and the British Empire, who were tyrants and conquerors, very, very tough for them to capture Ireland, Scotland, and Germany. But and so it's funny because I'm like, I'm 4 of those 5. I am 4 of those 5 nations, plus Native American. And pretty amazing to know that we all have 4,090 great-grandparents just going back 12 generations. It only takes, yes, it only takes a timesing of 12 times to get 4,096. You just have to multiply 1 by 2 12 times to get 4,096. You multiply each result by 2. It'd be nice to memorize it so I can just roll it off to people. Just prove it real quick to anybody. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1,024, 2,048, 4,096. That's 12 generations. You have. So not counting the 6, which is you, your parents, and your grandparents. Or well, hold on. You never count you, I guess, in this equation, or in this counting. But not counting your parents and your grandparents, you just count the great grandparents, because that's only 6 people outside of yourself. You have 4,090 great grandparents. That's, I've come to find, that's the easiest way to say it. You have 4,090 great grandparents, only going back 12 generations. But it's 4,097 total people, including you, your parents, and your grandparents. Because each one of us has 2 parents. It has to double. Every time you go back 1 generation, it has to double. So they don't want you to know how extremely diverse you already are, how special your DNA already is. It took 4,096 people to make you, just going back 12 generations. And I'm glad you now know this, if you didn't know this before. Like, oh, well, I figured, but wow, yeah. In other words, no, yeah. I came to that on my own, and then I saw one video of somebody else saying it, and I'm like, I wonder if that person stumbled across me explaining it on a live stream. But they made like a viral video about it. Not that I'm the only one who can. See, there's a difference between invention and coming to something on your own. You very well may invent like 20 different things. Come to find out, other people have already done 15 of them. Yet you did honestly come to them all on your own. You invented them on your own, but so did they, and they did it first. So that's pretty cool how that can occur. But why am I saying that? I came to the fact that we have 4,090 great grandparents just going back 12 generations on my own. I feel like there's no emphasis on your ancestors or fake school provided by foreign enemy invaders and their offspring would most assuredly disrespect your ancestors before they ever actually wanted to honor them. Even though they start out speeches by saying, we're on the conquered land of the blah, 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 blah. No, you're not, you stupid fucking bitch. Why don't you tell me about where the fuck I come from? And guess what? They had conquered some other motherfuckers, and they had conquered each other, and somebody conquered that land before they ever fucking got there. So why don't you just shut your stupid fucking commie cocksucker up and let somebody talk who knows a fucking thing or two about this great grand nation. Like the fact that whites were the very first people here. I just decided not to continue, I guess, but Grok still wouldn't quite come up off of whites were here first. But tried to act like it wasn't that big of a deal which one was here first. It's like, nah, the next time I get on there, we're going to make sure Grok knows whites were here first. And that is the giants, the Nephilim, white giants, redheaded. And they ate the Siberians when they migrated over here across the land bridge. Yes. Long before those Asians turned into Indians. The white redheads were eating them, killing them and eating them, stealing their women and children. So, you know, and I don't even call them brown. They're dark yellow. I made sure Grok knew that too. So dark yellows who only became brown after they migrated here were here second. Brown wasn't even here until white mated with red. Until dark yellow became red, and then mated with white, and then we receive brown. So that's where the fuck I'm at, bitch. And so anyway, the third people here were Knights Templar, white Christians escaping persecution after they saved the Vatican's ass from the Muslim invasion. The fourth people to come here might have been the Spaniards, which are also white people, right? But also kind of dark hair and but still like green eyes, right, or something like that. Well, anyway, olive skin, but green eyes. So that's pretty cool. But so the Spaniards came over here and mated with and conquered the Inca, Maya, and Aztec, right? That's what they tell us. And then the French and the British started coming over here, and it was from that. It was from the Spanish, the French, and the British, the English, that some of us come from, the first waves. But beyond that, either at the same time or before that, we get that story about the Pilgrims and the Mayflower, and that's what made the 13 colonies. Well, what about the giant swaths of land that Spain, France, and Britain claimed? You know what I mean? So there's a whole hell of a lot more to white people finding and building this great grand nation than the Pilgrims. You're forgetting about the first ones that were here, which were the white giants that Abraham Lincoln talked about, that Lovelock Cave is where they sealed them and burned them, and then they were found, right? Seems like Knights Templar probably helped them. I don't think anybody else was here, unless they were also Spanish and French and British here. See, there were different types of whites, just like there were different types of Native Americans, different types of reds. So, but the Knights Templar, the Christians, the hardcore Christians, they always had secret handshakes with the natives and always had good relationships with them. But the natives knew of some other whites that, might be their enemy. Might want to harm them, conquer them, enslave them. But they might do it to the whites too. But so I really don't know which ones were, which order is correct when it comes to this Spanish, the French, the British, the Italians, the Portuguese, Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci. Which what's the order of these? If somebody can please comment or chat, what is the chronological order, supposedly, when it comes to the Mayflower, Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci, the Spanish, the French, the British, the Italians, the Portuguese? When it comes to all these types of people, types of whites that did come to America, like long ago, all of these whites did come to America. After whites were already building Christian churches, the Knights Templar, after whites had already built Christian churches around this nation and helped the natives kill the giant whites that were here first. So, yeah, Grok has a lot of correcting to do. It's wild how it just pushes this mainstream bullshit on you. It's just, it kept talking so much. So I'm like, whoa. I said, hold on, we got to go back. You left a lot of loose ends open here. I had to go back and make some of those ends meet, tie some other ones up, and then say, you know what? I'm talking to somebody's computer program. I'm out of this bitch. A couple of responses were informative, and one of them kind of made me cry because it related to humans finally actually coming together and loving each other and stuff once. I can't even remember exactly what it was, but I did record it. Maybe I'll post my Grok conversation, but I was scrolling through it very quickly, so I might need to do another screen recording of that and slow it down so it's actually readable, or make sure I put in the description. Make sure you pause and read some of this. It'll be up to you to read it at your own pace through pausing, because I'm just scrolling through it.
At theyellowstonestore.com. We'll be right back with hour number 3 with Sarah Gonzalez.
Well, let's skip the ads.
You can be much more.
Welcome to the great world. We're going to 25 minutes. All the information, the guest coming up. Sarah Gonzalez TX, powerful daily show plays live. She's exposing major H1 this goes on nationwide. We're going to cover stuff for the next 5. The next segment, I want to get into the Somali stuff, where she sees that going, the left wing uprising, her grading of Trump, what she thinks is coming next. But Washington Report, everybody should go see on YouTube at Sarah Gonzalez TX or on X, the same address. You go to this place that's under construction. They claim it's a major tech company that the Indians are probably looking for. There's nobody there. Tell us what we're seeing on screen.
Yeah, so this was 3D's Technologies, which was actually, of course, linked to a home, but then on their website, because all of these are weird shell companies, websites set up with directs to different locations. So on the website, even though they were not at the residence, on the website, they listed this address as their place of employment. So we went there. It was actually, you show up, and the window clearly states that it's under construction. Tried the doors and it was open. I'm not sure that we were allowed in there, but we went anyway. And so we're walking up the steps and there's dust and dirt everywhere. You see it up. There's construction materials everywhere. And so we just examined it. There were 3 floors of it. And so we were like, okay, let's just keep going. We'll go to the next floor. We'll go to the next floor. Maybe there's something there. And every time we went to the floor, we just saw the same thing. It was clearly under construction. There was absolutely no business that was doing anything out of there. There was nothing. There was no people. There were no workers. There certainly were no tech companies set up in this location. And it ended up, Alex, as we were exploring it, it ended up that we found out that this is actually a social club that is being built in Plano, Texas. So this is supposed to be a members-only social club that they're building out. It used to be, though, interestingly enough, an old WeWork address. Now, WeWork is you work remotely. You can rent office space for a single person working for a company remotely. Here you can see the Danger Hard Hat area. And so what we realized is we're going through this. Behind me, you can see the renderings of the social club. But it used to be a flex space. And I'm not sure if 3D's Technologies just forgot to, update it, but this is actually now a members-only club. Now, my question to technology, okay, if you were going for this WeWork and that was what you were trying to say, you've got all these high-tech specialized workers and they have to work in this virtual remote flex office space, why then, if they're just working remotely, would they need to be in this country? That's what I keep going back to. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Now, I don't actually believe it. I believe we just are trying to
cut out for them to probably say a million people, work there. It's just a total cut out.
Right. Well, right, because
That's
started looking
hilarious.
actually virtual office locations and WeWorks and
It's
all
call
of
center
these
job.
flex spaces where you can work remotely.
It's
It's actually a big
at
part
home
of this
call
puzzle.
center.
It's where a lot of these places actually direct you to where they have office space. And so again,
By the way, this is larger globalist reset, work from home or flex spaces, and that's when they ratcheted up the welfare fraud, not just here, but all the Western world during COVID. So it's part of a larger plan.
right. And again, I mean, what is the point of bringing someone in on an H-1B visa if they can just do the work from home? You can consult on IT from home in your little, in your little tribal village or whatever, and you don't have to bog down American resources and
Little
American
tribal
workers.
village or
You
whatever.
can just do that from home. So even if you believe remote flex space idea, which I don't, even if you believe that, it still makes no sense why we would be bringing people here. It all stinks. It's all fraud, and I'm very excited to expose more.
Let's come back in 60 seconds and talk about it more and how the Somalis tie in all this and what the Democrats can do
Gosh,
in response. We know so far, violence. Back in 60 seconds with Sarah.
Damn, I need her.
Gentlemen, you know the power of turmeric, but have you felt it? Have you tried the ultimate turmeric gummies? The delicious way to harness the ancient power of golden turmeric, supercharged with ginger root and black pepper for maximum impact. Each gummy delivers 125 milligrams of premium turmeric extract
Need
packed
her.
with curcumin, the clinically studied compound shown to support healthy inflammation
Thing
response,
off for a second.
ease everyday aches, and promote joint comfort so you can move through life
Oh,
with ease.
good.
We added real ginger root, trusted for centuries to calm digestion and soothe the stomach, plus a precise dose of black pepper extract with pepperine, proven to boost curcumin absorption by up to 2,000%. That means more of the good stuff actually gets where your body needs it. No capsules, no bitter aftertaste, just one tropical flavored gummy a day or two if you're feeling extra to help you feel lighter, looser, and more energized. Ultimate turmeric gummies, ancient wisdom meets modern science in the best tasting form possible. Grab yours today and start feeling the ultimate difference in health. With Ultimate Turmeric Gummies, inflammation doesn't stand a chance. Get yours today at thealexjonesstore.com.
On corruption. It's Alex Jones coming to you live from the front lines of the info war. Well, American Sasaquatch been on my show. She's been on my show as well, been on hers. But I knew when I got to like 5 a.m. this morning, I said, oh, this is going to go viral. It's already going viral. What a great report she did. Obviously, more planned. More people now are going to come in and investigate what she's saying. It's been documented that the Indians are dominating the H-1B visas. 70% of them in the U.S. for decades now. The story is they're the only ones that can code. She's documented with the
Story.
H-1B visa advertising to schools, businesses. They want janitors, they want school teachers, they want football coaches, they want.
I used to train a fat white guy that codes for a living. What up, Casey? Get with me, man.
Full colonization, not being brought here because they got 180 IQs. Being brought here because they have a lobby doing it. I'm not trying to.
I used to train an African guy whose brother works at SpaceX, and this was 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago, even. I don't know. It's been a while. Yeah. 5 to 6. Okay. Six. Wow. Hold up. Because the pandemic hadn't really. The corona stuff hadn't really kicked in yet or whatever. Yeah, it was just before all that, I think. So, wow. Anyway.
Go off of the Indians, the most population in the world, they're the ones dominating it. So it's a huge deal. But getting more into this, and what we've seen in Minnesota with the Somalis, now it's coming out the Democrats are the controllers setting up the frauds for them. They're using these groups as a coalition, or kind of the foot soldiers. We have the loggerhead or the problem of the DOJ that is going after them. And so how do we stop this? Well, at least Trump has been cutting a lot of the funding to the NGO groups and now curtailing the H-1B visas. So hopefully your report and others will draw light to that. But big picture, I want you to have the floor here because I watch your show all the time. Very smart lady. Morning working out at least once or twice a week. I mean, one of the few shows I watch that. You're always on fire. I don't watch it live at 9 or 6 o'clock. I watch either in the morning or in the afternoon. I want your take on where this is going. Is America trying to come back from the dead in a football game? Are we winning? Are we losing? How do you grade Trump? I mean, just kind of your brainstorm on where the state of the world is right now.
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, Alex, and I myself am a fangirl of yours. You know that, so I appreciate it. I watch you as well. I try to every day. So I think that Americans, by and large, and by the way, when I use the term Americans, I'm talking about real Americans. I'm not talking about these sissy Democrats who are simping for illegal gang members and illegal Somalian criminals and all. They're off the reservation. They're too far gone. I realize they vote, which I'll get to in a moment. But when I talk about just the average American who voted in the last election because they wanted law and order, because they wanted the sovereignty of our borders, because they wanted all of the illegals deported, because they just wanted to feel like it was their country again.
Sure.
I think that those Americans are encouraged by certain things that President Trump has done, but I think that they are discouraged by the lack of consistency with the people who he has put in charge of these different federal agencies. One of them being mentioned, the DOJ. It's a lot for a regular American to take to hear Tulsi Gabbard say that Barack Obama, the president, the person in the highest office in the land, actually was part of the master plan to come up with the Russia hoax, the Russia collusion hoax, for the average American to hear that Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Brennan, James Comey, everyone that we know at the very highest levels of our federal government were in charge of concocting this plan. And to see that no one has been held accountable for that yet is getting very hard for the regular American to bear. It's getting very frustrating to wake up every morning and realize nothing has been done about this. And I think that one of the main issues, one of the main problems that Donald Trump is going to have to tackle in all of this is how do you deal with Pam Bondi at the DOJ? I think that she's a real problem. I think that she is a reason that we don't have much accountability. And I understand, I'm encouraged by the woke farmer on TikTok, who I think his name is William Kelly.
The woke farmer
who stormed the church in Minnesota and got in little kids' faces because I guess he's into that or whatever. I was encouraged by the arrest of those particular people in Minnesota. But I'm thinking, okay, great. Why didn't you arrest Don Lemon for storming them and doing the same thing? He was not acting as a journalist. If we're going to be locking up January 6ers and you're going to be throwing them in federal prison in solitary confinement because they literally went on a guided tour of the Capitol, I would expect that Don Lemon be given the same treatment. I would expect that Don Lemon be charged with the FACE Act, just like those pro-life protesters that were in the streets just protesting, women killing children in their womb. Where is the accountability here? Because the Democrats already set the standard. And so I think that it is a little bit discouraging for the average American to see Barack Obama, to see people at the highest levels of the federal government, to see them engaging in all of this conspiracy. And we're getting it put in our faces. They're tweeting about it. They're showing us the evidence, and still nothing happens. Now that I've been a little bit harsh and critical of what's happening in that regard, I will say I am encouraged by, ICE not stopping in Minnesota. I am encouraged by President Trump saying we'll have law and order if you guys are going to do this stuff. We'll do this the easy way or we'll do this the hard way, because I treat the Democrats like I treat my toddler child, right? There's the easy way or the hard way. It's going to get done. We're going to have law and order. We're not going to have chaos. You choose your path. You choose how hard or how easy this is, but you're not going to kick and scream and throw a tantrum and think that you're going to get your way. So I am encouraged by Donald Trump's ability to be able to follow through on that, but I do think that he's going to have to address some of the mixed messaging that is coming from some of his different federal agencies, because we just can't keep having no accountability. I mean, you have Bill and Hillary Clinton, for instance, who were just told that they needed to come in and give their testimony, and they're just like, no, I'm just going to give you the middle finger. I'm just going to say no. I'm just going to talk about how it's Donald Trump's fault for being some dictator and make up all of these lies and smears. Where is the accountability? Hillary Clinton should have been in prison a very long time ago. And so I'm just waiting for that to happen. I'm waiting for Congress to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt, just like they did to Steve Bannon. I'm waiting.
Tage Gill has a shirt that says Hillary Clinton killed my friends. The Afghanistan pullout and Benghazi or what? One of them.
For them to serve their prison sentences. I think America is watching that, and I think that they're becoming increasingly frustrated because when they voted for Donald Trump, they voted for this type of accountability. And so while we are seeing progress on one end, we are seeing progress on the economy. I realize he can't fix it in 1 year, what Joe Biden did, all of the damage that he did. But I think the recurring theme is we need more accountability, regardless of who is behind it, regardless of who is in charge. There were a lot of things that happened during the Joe Biden regime and during Donald Trump's first presidency that really need to be addressed. And until we can address that, and until we have a DOJ that is willing to move forward with all of these prosecutions, I think that Americans are going to continue to be frustrated. And I worry, Alex, about what happens during the midterms if they are feeling frustrated. And
well, that's where I was going next. I have friends, even crew members, that are like, if I don't see major indictments, I'm not going to vote. I'm like, listen, hold the Trump admin's feet to the fire, spotlight the bad guys and women, get them out. Where we have a lot of effect, but also understand we're moving the needle in a lot of other ways. So be pissed off, but realize it's night and day compared to what we have with the Democrats. No. Every election going forward will be the most important. So people should not throw baby out with the bathwater. But there's a question: how do you really focus on the transgender cult and big pharma? We turn the tide on that. Europe's banning it, the UK's banning it, but now today in the spending bill, 76 Republicans vote to keep funding for groups sterilizing children, chemically and surgically, and for late-term abortion, and for DEI. What the hell? So what should we do about this? We know Trump is against it. We know we elected him to do this. But now 76 Republicans join unanimous Democrats in doing that. What are we supposed to do? I mean, this is pissing me off.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you. I think that if you can't convince someone to go on the record as saying we are not going to sterilize and castrate an entire generation of children, like what are we doing? What this country is no more if we can't all just agree. This is a very simple thing. And so I think that what we are seeing is the result of a bunch of Republicans who have been able to for so long. They get funding by, the NRSC and all of these other senatorial and at the government level in the federal, Congress and Senate. It's just a money train. It's just a gravy train. I mean, I'm watching here what's happening in the state of Texas with the Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's now running for Senate, and I'm hearing stories from him. We do a lot of speaking events together, and I'm riding in the car with him and explaining to me how it's just a slush fund. Once you get in office, it's just a slush fund of money every time you run. Yes. And so they get all of the money, they get all of the cash. And now we have a bunch of incumbents who are very weak, who do not intend to vote what their constituency wants them to vote for. And we're seeing the end result of that. But I fear that we're talking about the midterms. I fear that Republicans, are not going to go out to the ballot box. And to your point, Alex, that now is not the time to not go out and vote. Because if we have that many Republicans willing to stand with the Democrats on something as simple as we shouldn't be sterilizing young children and we shouldn't be killing babies in the womb, I mean, what are we doing? We have to go out and we have to get active. We saw what happened in an election that the Democrats, of course, did try to steal again. We saw what happened when Americans went out en masse and said, we don't care what you call us. We don't care what you call the candidate. I don't care. I am awake now. I am awake and I'm not voting for this anymore. And we saw that it was too big to rig. So I just think that Americans have to not give up. But I agree with you. It's very frustrating when you have these Republicans. The history books will reflect all of this. The history books are not going to reflect kindly on anyone, Republican or Democrat, who said, yes, this is the direction we're going to go. Yes, we're going to chop off healthy body parts of children because the mentally ill doctors and psychologists told us that we needed to. History is not going to be kind to these people. Yes. And I just think that if it proves anything.
Complicit in pedophilia against your own child. Even worse. Wouldn't you rather the minorest of offenses occur instead of a body part removal or or a DNA mutilation. That's crazy. That's wild. A lot of parents don't even know it, but they're essentially complicit in pedophilia when they let doctors and nurses inject their children, especially when they let them chop off their body parts. But the injections, that's also gonna affect your grandchildren and your great grandchildren, and you've totally disgraced and disrespected all 4,090 of your great grandparents, just going back 12 generations. That sucks. Oh, I was going to say, people don't even think about how many great grandparents they have. Okay, that's enough noise. Oh, now people don't even realize how many great grandparents they have. They have 16. So you do. You have 16 great grandparents. So if you've ever thought about your great grandfather, well, what about the other 7 guys? If you've ever thought about your great grandmother, what about the other 7 women, huh? What about the other 7 women? Wow, that's so wild, isn't it? Oh. I'm talking to my dog now.
It proves that we have to go out and we have to be educated about who we're voting for, and we have to go out regardless of the campaign ads or the flyers. Yes.
Got halfway away.
You're so special.
We're
Here.
going to do a gladiatorial fight or die. Our shield's not perfect. Our sword is dull. You got to oh, this sword sucks and throw it down. It's what you've got to fight this. I mean, we're in this, and if you want to make the sword better, get stronger, get formed. Do what Sarah did. Go out and look online in any of these programs. And find that database.
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but they can go to my X and they can hear it straight from the source's creator that I'm interviewing, and it'll be available at 6 p.m. Central, and so they can just go on that. And
yes, that's great. Wow, can't wait to see that. Take part of it live. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, yes, I appreciate that. So, but also, let me just give you an anecdotal story for your viewers to just, because I don't want them. I understand the frustration, but I don't want it to be not going out and vote. Here in the state of Texas, as I'm sure you know, we have a very, very big rhino problem. And what we had happen in the last primary election was we had an unprecedented amount of primary challenges beating Republican incumbents. So we had a bunch of actual conservatives beating out the incumbents, even though
the Chinese extinct the actual rhino and invented the fake Republican in name only. You know, the Republican in name only, the fake Republican. So they extinct the rhino and give us the rhino. I really don't appreciate that. And I've kind of made it one of my, mission statements in life to hunt and kill poachers and the worst of animal abusers and the worst of child abusers. Yeah, I mean, all that, right? Which might be these doctors that inject your baby.
We're against them because we had an awakening state that people finally did their own research, people finally showed up, and we finally got this grassroots coalition rising up in Texas to try to take our party back.
For those exposing the Republicans gave the Democrats equal committee power.
Yes.
Yeah, the sellout because people went back to sleep, folks. No, you don't go to sleep when you win the battle. So pressing the attack.
Exactly right. And so to your point on that, so what happened was we got like 25 people in, and we were able to kind of
politically, lovingly, non-violently, allegedly in Minecraft, verbally. Verbally, politically, lovingly, non-violently, allegedly in Minecraft. Oh, dang.
But what happened was all of the weak Republicans, all of the rhinos, instead of saying, oh, the constituents here in the state of Texas actually want conservative leadership, they said, no, we're going to do it our way. And partnered with the Democrats, and they were still able to Republican as Speaker of the House, who was voted in by a Democrat majority. But what it did was it showed us this is just phase one in a very long process of taking the state back. We just finished phase one, where we got those 25 people that joined the actual conservative coalition. But what we have to do is we have to build on that. We have to expand upon that. We're not going to fix a problem that has spent decades creating. So we have to play the long game.
Game.
Yeah.
I see it's both they're called pro gun, trying to no, you're not running around everywhere.
Yeah.
You're across all the when you win, the enemy gets back harder. You don't go, oh God, yes. I was supposed to win. No, you're winning. You've got to go even harder. And so when we started finally waking Texas up like Florida's been awakened, then they doubled down, they went in and paid people off. That's why we saw this rollover happen. That's okay. You'll still continue to get more people with integrity. And I've had the goal trying to buy me off 50 times. The point is most people can't be bought off. Sarah Gonzalez can't be bought off. I can't be bought off. But the thing is, the fact that this takes so much time, we're gaining ground. Don't take it like, oh, it just instantly happened. Hey, everybody's awake, we should be winning. No, in your bubble, everybody's awake. Everybody's not awake now. They're starting to. That's why we force the enemy to fight back harder. We're now reaching the heart of the battle. Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. And so when you take what happened in Texas and extrapolate that onto the federal level, we're talking about a president who has come in and caused the Democrats to show their true colors. And just, what are they doing on the streets of Minnesota? They're fighting for illegal Somalian fraudsters. They're literally fighting for people who are siphoning money from our taxpayer dollars and sending them in some cases to terror groups. And they're saying, no, those people should stay. And so I think we really honestly should be encouraged by that because they're so broken by President Trump.
I mean, I've seen like 5 videos where I goes, we're arresting convicted child molesters, and the Democrats go, we don't care.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, they are really showing their true colors. And I would say, as the old saying goes, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. That is what these people are about. That is what they represent. And they're willing to actually stand on a street corner and tell you, yes, we are here for the illegal. We don't care about American citizens. We don't care about the safety of American citizens. We don't care about the Lincoln violence of the world. We don't care about the racial moments of the world. We would rather stand on the street corner and protest a federal agency coming into our communities and making them safer. If they are willing to go through the trouble of saying that publicly, and in some cases broadcasting themselves on their cell phones so the whole world can see, I think we should be encouraged by that. And I think we should remember, although we have these frustrations, although we have not yet seen accountability, is the other side, is that really what you'd like to take over? Because if they do, all hell is going to break loose. They're going to try to impeach our president, and we won't be able to continue the good progress that he has made. So I think that the frustrations that we have, we really should focus on what is the other side going to bring us if we don't show up at the meeting.
They're like,
Joe Biden in the crowd taking naps. And a son Hunter doing crack. Call me what you want, but don't call me a Democrat. That's so good. The manifesto of the trans shooter.
the platform for Trump again. So,
yes.
And again, people go, oh, the deportations aren't even as Obama. Obama didn't later. Trump had to rebuild it. Exponential. They're pissed. I see David versus Goliath. They have federal workers that are doing their job. And I abolish congressionally, they're trying to fund it. The white flag.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, for so long, they were quiet parts out loud, especially about all of their, obviously, their goals. Now they are. I mean, they are. They want all the illegals here. They want all the gang members here. They want everyone. They want open borders. Everyone. And I think that terrifies the average. I think the average American hears that. It's exactly why they voted for President Trump in November, was because they saw all of these things happening. They said, we can't have that. If we have that, we don't have a country.
Well,
So
especially when they learned that they both farmers incredible, like 3 times what a disabled vet gets. I mean,
right, exactly.
I mean, they're creating.
Yeah, I mean, notice all of the. I think people will say that this stereotypes. Well, yeah, because they get like special opportunities for special come here. We're throwing all of the and Americans get the shaft. And so I think that you can't fix a 4-year add on to Obama got it. President Trump wasn't able to course correct there. And then add on to Biden 4 years, disastrous 4 years with all the DI and everything that President Trump is trying to so,
for taking naps and smoking crack. Joe Biden in the crowd taking naps. And Hassan Hunter doing crack. Call me what you want, but don't call me a Democrat. That's a damn good rhyme. In that timing, you have to know how he says it.
Years, let's not check. Foreign countries, like 10 years no taxes, 5 years no taxes. Why don't citizens get that? I mean, again, how did it
exactly?
They say no, farmers do not get preferential treatment. So now they're out saying, "Don't worry, we're moving out of the 4-star hotels into free homes." And I'm like,
wow.
I mean,
yeah, I just it's incomprehensible, isn't it? I mean, it's truly incomprehensible that a country can treat its own citizens that way. It really, and then they expect you to continue paying taxes. Isn't that interesting, Alex? It's so enraging to me. You still are expected to pay your taxes, lest you be thrown in jail eventually. But we are going to end all the benefits actually to all of the foreigners and give them every reason to come here, exploit our system, and not assimilate. What's shocking to me, going back to that issue, Alex, is that you have the UK as it's a perfect representation. It's a perfect model of what can happen if you don't clamp down on that. Why is America not seeing that? Why are our politicians not seeing that and going, oh, we can't have that. We can't have that. If you have that, you don't have a country. You have literal no-go zones in the UK because of all of this favoritism that all of these foreigners are getting. And we still are looking at that and going, yeah, that's a thing. We should just continue welcoming all of these different cultures, all of these different, foreigners into our country and what expected to it's actually quite realize as you, I don't know how you pay your taxes, but I'm a 1099 contract worker, so I don't get it taken out of a paycheck. I actually have to physically write a check to the government every quarter. And every time I'm reminded, why the hell am I writing this check? You're pissing it away. You're giving it to a bunch of Indian scammers. You're giving it to a bunch of Muslims who are coming here to conquer. Why am I writing this check actually when I go call my city because they don't pick up my
creating like a hand grenade to blow me up every time I sign it. I'm like
I know. Well, we actually in my house we have my husband and I have shirts that we wear on tax day that just says taxes are gay because it's like it's the only thing that I can do without like actually hurting someone is just my little protest on my shirt because it's really enraging when you consider. I mean, just as a quick anecdote, you're paying all these taxes pissed away for all these programs that you don't actually benefit from, and in return, we call our city because they don't pick up our trash on time. The trash truck just passes by and doesn't pick it up. And they're like, yeah, I don't know how to help you. We'll send an email, but if they don't do anything, I don't know how to help you. And it's like, why the hell am I paying all of these taxes on so many different levels at the local, at the state, at the federal? Why am I paying all these taxes and receiving nothing in return? And in exchange for all of these taxes, you're just bringing in foreigners to scam our system. You're just making sure that we still at the federal level are empowering people to trans children. You're still allowing our money to go to all of these NGOs. You're still allowing our money to go to killing children in the womb. It really is. It's beyond infuriating.
No, that's it. It's been on fire today, as always. Thank you so much. The bottom line is the social contract is broken under the globalist cloud pivot great reset. It's by design. The The sooner we figure out this is a weaponized system to bring us down, the sooner we're going to fix it. We're all trying to stop it. We got a shot at it. Sir Gonzalez, incredible. You got to come back sooner with all the great work you're doing. We'll be watching what you do very, very closely. Sir Gonzalez, TX on action. And tonight, 6 p.m. live. Always bringing on plays. Thank you so much, Sir Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Wow. I feel really good knowing she's out there. Very exciting. We need more people like her and Nick Shirley. We'll be right back with you. Straight ahead. Stay with us.
When RFK Jr. mixes something into his drink, people pay attention. Plenty of folks are wondering what was in that little bottle he uncorked during a flight.
What is Bobby Kennedy Jr. dropping into that glass of water? Methylene blue. Mel Gibson also praised methylene blue on Joe Rogan recently. This stuff works, man. The stimulant stimulates cells and cells through the cell out. This turns the energy up. That's why there's no letdown. That's why you can take this to go to sleep. But you sleep.
No, I really like it. I'm going to have to get on this stuff.
Show her Kennedy take it. Kennedy literally gobbles it. He must be doing something right. Bond is 73 years old. Our methylene blue made in Florida is incredible. Mitochondria. Focus energy. You've seen the great reviews of every guest we've had on. It's game changer.
I'm like, wow, there's power in coalescing on God.
You know, our last guest, what she said.
No, what?
She said brain fog is lifted.
That's what it feels like.
I feel lighter. It's really interesting. I almost like feel smart. This stuff goes in, and it like instantly I just felt like this weird meditative energy. I don't know how to explain it. I don't feel jittery. I just felt like instantly like I went from 5 hours of sleep like I got last night to like 10 hours. I don't know how to explain it. Stuff's new to me, but I like it. Methylene blue works for me. I just gotta feel like I'm sitting up straight more. I'm thinking more. The thoughts are coming. I'm making decisions faster, and it really does. And it gives you clean energy.
When I'm talking, it seems like it's not really me talking. I can hear my talking going, wow.
I agree. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. It's like you're behind something.
That is what it feels like. But my brain's going really fast.
It clears the brain fog where you're actually able to focus more clearly.
For me, it's like a fog lifted, but it was like a veil lifted off, you know? Incredible.
My eyes closed,
Best product that I've ever used so far.
She's looking at it, trying to
I feel more energetic. I feel more alive.
Yeah, watch out.
I found that within 30 minutes of taking it, I have improved focus, improved short-term memory, improved energy. But if I take it late in the day, it doesn't interfere with my ability to sleep, which is very rare for something like this. I get a tingly feeling in my fingertips. It's almost like it's improving my circulation.
I feel tingling fingers.
Methylene radically increases dose uptake in the brain, so it makes you better and more efficient at getting your sugar. We all know the brain, like 25% of the calories in the body or something crazy. They've done studies that chess masters burn like 5,000 calories a day in a tournament because they're so.
We have 9,000 BTUs cranking. It is 3 degrees. It feels like -9. Well, last night, early this morning, it was 3 degrees and felt like -12. So that's pretty similar. And then it's actually going to be -2 tomorrow, I guess. So it's going to be 5 degrees colder, which is, what, -18, -19 Celsius. We built this shitty on rock and roll. Oh.
So focused on directing energy to their minds. Welcome to the 4th hour of InfoWars. My name is Steve Gardner. I've been asked to step in and go through some big stories with you guys. We're going to be breaking a big story about illegal immigration and some of the biggest immigrants in America going against President Trump and his orders to get the illegals out. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Steve Gardner. I host a show over on YouTube with over 2 million patriots that love America, that want to see America succeed. You can check it out, Stephen Gardner 1, or right here on X, Stephen Gardner X. So later in the show, I'm going to have John Fawcett, someone that's been on InfoWars in the past. He's going to be breaking a story.
We built this. Wait. I thought I had a different version, then I came up with another one, and then forgot both of them.
About
we built this shitty on alcohol instead of rock and roll. We built this shit till you know. So a little bit of a twist on that. But you could still say we built this shitty.
Immigration and how these are betraying our president and Constitution.
You just properly say shittily. You finally say the adverb version of it rather than the adjective for the verb built. We built this shittily is the long version. Built this shitty. Built this shit till you know. That's like what the commies and the Satanists need to be singing to themselves, pretty much, or so, if you will, give or take. Shunning full ology.
So not only are the Democrats trying to flood the United States of America with illegals to replace us, to replace our votes, water down our votes, they're here jobs for free taxpayer money. You guys know everything that we went through. Now, coming up in the show, I'm going to be going over some different ideas I have for President Trump. If I could sit down with him, these are some of the ideas that I would share. And this is based on getting back from millions of patriots what they want him to do. I'm talking about arrests. I'm talking about working with some of the immigration stuff going on with border chief Greg Bovino up in Minnesota.
Oh, ass. Barry Cunningham calls Boasberg Bo-ass burger.
Talk about press. They just took back Virginia. What's the first thing they do? They say, oh, no ballots in upcoming elections. Everything must be run through the machines.
Yeah.
We don't trust the machines.
That's the opposite.
Some of us don't even trust the ballots.
That's the exact
because we know what they did.
That's the. Don't be too soft, Steve. That's the exact opposite of what we know. Checkability, confirmability, disprovability is, right? Look it up to the internet. Let a non-human do it. Oh, you mean a machine programmed by a human? You mean instead of let all the humans do it, let a human do it? Nah. I don't want one guy counting all my stuff. Counting my vote along with everybody else's. I'm good on that behavior. I need paper ballots hand counted on election day with voter ID only. Those 4 elements. It's not too hard. Those are the only 4 elements that need to be existing for an election, that need to exist for an election. That need to be existing when it comes to elections. Paper ballots hand counted on election day with ID. That's it. You don't even have to say voter ID. It's just ID. You're a citizen, right? Even if you don't drive, you should have an ID. So, even if it's not a driver's license. So, again, say them with me. You can say them in any order you want. You just got to know all four of them. Everybody. This is how everybody. Now, I will say we can have a few mail-in exceptions for actually disabled people, right? For truly elderly and disabled, because even able-bodied people can take the city bus or get a ride, or run or ride a bike or jog. You will be able to vote if you're able-bodied. So, unless you're taking care of a disabled or elderly person that does need constant care, so there can be one general exception and one minor exception that I can think of right off top for just a few mail-in ballots. But for the most part, everybody needs to be voting exactly like this. Paper ballots hand counted on election day with ID. That's it. Just those four simple elements. Paper ballots hand counted on election day with ID. It's like 2 words per. It's 2 words per element. Very easy. One more time. Oh, paper ballots hand counted on election day with ID. There it is. There it is. Just those 4. Paper ballots hand counted on election day with ID.
Open. We know what they did down in Georgia. Run ballots through all that election said,
Yeah, like that. I'll get some of those things.
We're also going to talk about
Balls are
out of the mouth of evil from Trump. The I don't know. Us. Plus, I want to talk about the act. We have a piece of legislation right now that our country. So, Republicans, if they're going to raise money off of us, if they're going to raise votes, if they're on this, and they have to. So,
I just filled this gash in my finger with methylene blue. It says the IRS won't be issuing checks. Set up your refund. That's funny. Finally, with Trump, Vesant, and oh shit, the guy that only took his son to school on 9/11, Lutnick. Yeah, I mean, at first they're acting like it was such a miracle, like his wife, knew. She just had some kind of premonition. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I hope so. I really, really hope so. I hope it was a miracle and not a tragedy. In the case of the Letniks. But and Howard cares a little bit too much about commerce. I know he's the Commerce Secretary, but and he knows as long as he does his job well, you know, at least God might forgive him. But we'll see. His wife just knew. All right, I'll lighten up on him, but it kind of was 9/11. You know, it kind of was the lady pulling down her skirt before she jumped off the building, type of thing. And kind of was the fireman that got up there and said, "Yeah, there's a fire, but we can manage this." And then all of a sudden, the floor started exploding. You know, we'll see if Howard and his cohorts can be forgiven for that. And Silverstein's still alive? He must just be old now. Then he was a little bit younger back then. Is he a baby sucker? What I mean is not just sucking on baby parts when the baby's a baby. No. Having children on purpose with your sperm, with your DNA, so that you can suck it dry and inject yourself with it. And there's no organ rejection from your body. Organ rejection effects. Because you have similar or the same major histocompatibility complex type 2s. Or type 1s, rather. I think type 2 is in immune function. But it might have very similar type 2s as well. And those, the other one is the identity marker. They're both unique to you. They're your identity markers. Or specifically, they call the type 1 the identity marker, and the type 2 the antibody maker. Antigen copier, and antibody that's. Oh, it's specifically the antibody to the antigen. Or it's like a, So they don't tell you about any of that, but even when it comes to spike protein from the vaccine, your body is already making, unless they found ways to subvert it and cause a bunch of other side issues, cascading issues. Your body's already making antibodies to the spike protein. That's an antigen. That's an antigen. You're already producing major histocompatibility complex type 2s, or MHC class 2s, that are fighting what they made in the lab. Your body's already defeated what they made in the lab when it comes to your ability to function. However, and live. But however, they fucked a lot of people up. I know. Oh, you know what? It's crazy. But there's so many. They're not telling us about all of them, but everybody knows there's a few things you got to do to stay in tip-top shape. And shooting yourself up with experimental foreign objects isn't one of them. That's the way you need to look at these things. Why would you inject? Oh, Bill Gates. He said we're taking a genetically modified organism and injecting it right into little kids' veins. That's what Bill Gates said on stage. Like he's trying to be funny, or he's serious about his depopulation, or I'm not sure I'm not sure why he thinks that type of shit flies, man. The jig's up, William. Willie Gates. Wait, what is it? I thought of it. Oh, Willie hates, because he does. He hates on carbon-based life, which is all human beings, plants, and animals, bacteria, fungi, and archaea. Those are the 5 kingdoms of life on this planet. So even Nephilim and Sasquatch are mammals. As are we. It's kind of funny. Can you believe whales have breasts? Anyway. Yeah. Because that wasn't even going to be the first thing I used to describe mammals, but Alex Jones did. But it's because he was coming out with his new product, colostrum. And he was like, yeah, whales have breasts. And he kept talking. I'm like, hold up, man. You can't just keep talking. No. But I would have said whales have live birth, or mammals have live birth, just like whales. No eggs. They don't lay eggs. The sperm and the egg mixes in the body, and then there's live birth. But another way to say it is they have breasts and they nurse. But does anything come out of an egg and nurse? Well, they rely on their parents for feeding. Some of them, they rely on their parents for feeding, but they don't usually nurse. Unless it's a platypus or there's one more that they tell us about. It's almost like a rodent that lays eggs, but if I remember right. But there's a duck beaver, which is a platypus, which, that's kind of funny how the beaver and the platypus can, or the duck and the beaver can meet like that. And they're both so successful that even a mixture of the two is amazing. It could be the beaver's a little better at dam building and biting stuff, eating hard foods. The beaver might be able to eat a wider variety of food types, but the platypus may have an abundance of fish to just snatch up. Now I'm thinking of otters. It's pretty cool to see otters. I saw a pretty big one over the summer going through the lake. Looked like it was just going back into its den. First thing in the morning. Just as the sun was almost coming up. It was starting to come up. So it wasn't up yet, but I saw some head just moving through the water. This is some little, probably about the size of a cat's head or something is what I figured. That's pretty much a river otter or a lake otter, a little water cat, about the size of a house cat, in my opinion.
Companies over. I thought we were past this stuff.
Because another time I watched one come up out of the water and stand on the beach and like clean itself, move around. It was so I'm gonna be honest, it moved very human like, actually. It moved very cat-like and very human-like. By the way, cats are 90% the same DNA as humans. So they say. I don't know how much of that. I don't know if we even use it. Do we even use the right percentages? Maybe we do. I still accept that if DNA is unique to Earth. I'm tending to think it's not, though. That other species on other planets also have DNA, carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus based DNA, but or whatever. Sugar phosphate backbone. That's nucleotides.
We gotta make sure that these rods.
Adenine, guanine, cytosine, tyrosine. Right? And uracil replaces. Okay, I would just be guessing at this point. Which nucleic acid does uracil replace when DNA turns into RNA? Which is called translation, right? Or is that transcription? And translation is when the RNA is sent out to assemble amino acids into proteins. Yes. But DNA to DNA that's why I thought that was the, anyway.
Alice's father got it from the time of rhetoric without facts and reality. The glove will call you influencers. Stop calling yourself.
I'm going to turn the space heater from 9,000 BTUs, which is keeping the windshield completely melted, free of ice. In this 3 degrees feels like -9. I'm going to turn it from guys. Turn it down to 4,000.
While these dogs are in the car while I'm in the store, they'll have a 4,000 BTU space heater the whole time. And well, we've been on here for quite a while. There's not much rewatchability among people when it's a 5, 6, 7 hour stream. It's like very few people are going to sit down and watch that whole thing or come back to it by the time another one comes out or whatever. So, thank you.